God King of all realms, starting by summoning an angel. Hey, fanfic family. So glad to see you here again to continue this incredible adventure. As always, kindly remember, this story is 100% fiction. So don't go looking for dimensional portals in your closet. All rights to this fantastic novel belong to the original author. We're just your humble narrators of epic tales. Are you enjoying the fanfic? Show it by subscribing to our YouTube channel and dropping us a like. And if you're impatient for more exclusive content, our Patreon is your happy place. Chapter 251. The old man was buried in the grave, and the old man was buried. Here in Paradise Town. After upgrading the territory to town, Lin Yu took another look at the next upgrade requirements. Just like upgrading a low-level town to intermediate and advanced, there is no requirement for special buildings, so Lin Yu did not hesitate and consumed a total of about 5 million units of basic resources to upgrade the town that had just been upgraded to advanced at one time. Heaven Town, level, advanced town, Lord, Lin Yu, territory buildings, Lord Hall, clinic, faith statue, professional tower, pharmacist mansion, dark elf mother tree, blacksmith shop, spiritual field level, level 5, prosperity. 6,738,000 points. Next level, city, upgrade conditions, condition 1, prosperity reaches 3 million, completed, condition 2, possess the city lord's mansion, 10 saint level strongmen, and 30,000 advanced buildings, uncompleted, condition 3, 3 million units of wood, 3 million units of stone, 3 million units of iron ore, completed. Lin Yu took a look at the new information of the territory. He met most of the 3 upgrade conditions. The relatively difficult one was to have 10 saint-level strongmen, which he had already done. At present, the number of saint-level warriors under his command has exceeded 300, half of whom are angels, and the rest are mostly mountain giants. He is now only one architectural blueprint of the City Lord's Mansion, away from upgrading the city. As long as the City Lord's Mansion blueprint is revealed, I can directly upgrade the city, then rely on the city-level territory to establish a kingdom. It is impossible for a town-level territory to establish a kingdom, even if the reputation value reaches 100,000. You need to have a city-level territory. Lin Yu is now only one step away from establishing a kingdom. He looked at the remaining blueprints in his hand, 3 of which are blacksmith shop blueprints. The explosion rate of blacksmith shop blueprints is very low. But this time when attacking the giant kingdom, his angel army captured more than 200 cities and tribes, and opened all kinds of stronghold treasure chests. It is not uncommon to open 3 blacksmith shop blueprints. After asking the floating island of 10,000 worlds, I learned that the number of blacksmith shops that can be built in the town level territory has been increased to 5. It just so happens that he can use all the 3 blacksmith shop blueprints in his hand, and then his territory will have 4 blacksmith shops. 4 blacksmith shops, after all, are upgraded to high level. 40,000 pieces of equipment can be produced every day. Lin Yu was extremely happy. With so many pieces of equipment produced every day, he can fully arm the dark elves in the territory. Especially those dark elves bred by the dark elf mother tree, but now they are all wearing green leaf dresses that can barely cover their chests and hips. Except for being sexy and eye-catching, there is nothing good about it. Without hesitation, Lin Yu immediately built 3 blacksmith shops. At the same time, consuming a small amount of basic resources, all 3 blacksmith shops were upgraded to high level. High-level blacksmith shops need to be equipped with 50 to 100 blacksmiths. This is not difficult for Lin Yu. The total number of blacksmiths in his territory has exceeded 3,000. The reason why the number has increased several times is that the newly added blacksmiths are all from the Mountain Giant clan. Several of them are master blacksmiths. Their forging skills are higher than those of the dark elf blacksmiths Nicole and Emma. Unfortunately, no higher level equipment forging blueprints were revealed this time, and the 4 blacksmith shops can only forge intermediate equipment of level 4 to 6. However, this does not have much impact. Because at this stage, intermediate equipment is still very popular in the professional circle on the island. It will take at least another month for intermediate equipment to be completely eliminated. In other words, he can continue to make a lot of money. There are 7 blueprints left now, 5 territory building upgrade blueprints, 2 spiritual field upgrade blueprints, Lin Yu checked the information of these blueprints separately. It was found that the levels of these blueprints were very high, and they could be used even if the levels of the Dark Elf Mother Tree and Spirit Field had reached level 5. Lin Yu was the first to use up 2 Spirit Field upgrade blueprints. The level of the Spirit Field was raised to level 7, Spirit Field, level 7, special attributes, crop, pet, growth time is reduced by 70%, yield is increased 5-fold, and mutation probability is 15%. Upgrade requirements: 100,000 gold coins. Note, level 7 spiritual fields can only grow grains from level 1 to level 7. Of the remaining 5 territory building upgrade blueprints, 2 are advanced blueprints and 3 are top-level blueprints. The latter were also exploded when the Giant King's capital was captured. Advanced blueprints can upgrade the level of buildings that have been upgraded no more than 7 times. Top-level blueprints have no restrictions. Coincidentally, Lin Yu first used 2 of the advanced blueprints to upgrade the Dark Elf Mother Tree to level 7. Then he used 3 top-level blueprints to directly upgrade the level of the Dark Elf Tree to level 10. Level 10 is also the highest level of the Dark Elf Mother Tree. After reaching this level, the Dark Elf Mother Tree is considered the ultimate building, top-level military building. Dark Elf Mother Tree, level 10, can breed military types. Dark Elf, number of military types that can be bred every day: 10,000. Next level, none. Upgrade conditions, none. Introduction: this is an extremely special Dark Elf Mother Tree, which is infused with the power of holiness and light, but it did not die due to the conflict of magic power, but instead underwent some strange changes. Special reminder: this is an elf mother tree that has reached the highest level, with a high probability of breeding special elves, such as ancient great elves, elemental elves, elf messengers, etc. Breed 10,000 dark elves every day. Looking at the new information of the Dark Elf Mother Tree, Lin Yu's mouth twitched slightly. Even he felt a little scared about the number of breeding. But thinking about it carefully, it didn't seem to be exaggerated. After all, when he conquered the Giant Kingdom this time, he surrendered hundreds of thousands of top-level soldiers, mountain giants, at one time. This was because there were cities and tribes in the western and northern regions that had not been conquered. Once all of them were conquered, there would be even more mountain giants surrendered. If it were the Dark Elf Mother Tree, it would take 2 or 3 months to breed the same number of dark elves. In comparison, such an exaggerated breeding speed seems nothing. Of course, compared to other lord professionals, this is a very terrifying number. Especially those top lords, who have developed for such a long time. The number of soldiers under their command is not as many as the number bred by the Dark Elf Mother Tree in one day. If it were spread out, it would definitely make those top lords feel desperate. What Lin Yu didn't know was, when they learned that he had been promoted to the demigod realm, those top lords were already desperate enough to surrender. Chapter 252. The next step is to go back to the old days. Next, Lin Yu put the equipment sorted by secretary and others on the island trading platform, according to different levels and prices. There are not many, only more than 5,000 pieces. This is because not many mountain giants were killed in the attack on the Giant Kingdom. Many mountain giants knelt directly under the influence of the belief in divine arts. In addition, the angel army did not go to clear the wild monsters in that area, so they did not get much equipment. All the equipment on the shelves are low-level, mid-level, and high-level equipment. As for the king level, extraordinary, and even holy level equipment, Lin Yu kept them and distributed them to the tribal elves under the command of the ancient great elf Doris. After these days of war, the levels of those tribal elves have also been raised. Many of them have already stepped into the king level and extraordinary level, but the level of their equipment is not high. It just so happens that a large number of king level and extraordinary equipment have been exposed this time. They can be used to arm them, including the elf elders Caroline, Sheila and other dark elves who have entered the holy level. They have also received the holy level equipment distributed by Lin Yu, and their combat power has increased dramatically. In addition, the equipment made by the blacksmith shop today has also been delivered. A full 10,000 pieces. All are intermediate equipment of level 4 to 6. Among them, there are many top-quality equipment with special effect attributes. Lin Yu took out more than 6,000 pieces of equipment to arm the dark elves bred by the Dark Elf Mother Tree. In these days, and the remaining more than 3,000 pieces of equipment were all put on the island trading platform. There were no accidents, and the equipment that Lin Yu put on the shelves twice was snatched by professionals. Most of them were sold in the blink of an eye. About half an hour later, a total of about 9,000 pieces of equipment were sold out. Lin Yu also earned nearly 3 million gold coins. Adding the gold coins earned from the war, Lin Yu now has 5.53 million gold coins. It's time to summon angels. Lin Yu immediately opened the exclusive military information in the Lord's Hall. As he expected, after the territory was upgraded to town, the summoning authority of the 10-winged angel has been unlocked. The summoning price of each 10-winged angel is 20,000 gold coins. It is 4 times that of the 8-winged angel. According to the summoning ratio scheme given by the floating island, for every 10 medium-sized angel legions that form a large angel legion, you can summon a 10-winged angel. Now, I have nearly 230,000 angels under my command. It can form 4 large angel legions, each with more than 51,000 angels. That is to say, I can now directly summon 4 10-winged angels. In addition, the more than 5 million gold coins in my hand can also summon a full-scale large angel legion and 9 full-scale medium-sized angel legions. Add the existing angels, it can just make up 6 fully formed large angel legions. That is to directly summon 6 10-winged angels. After careful calculation, Lin Yu immediately opened the summoning black hole. Soon, the summoning black hole appeared. Countless beautiful figures flew out of the black hole. They were full-scale angel legions. The first to appear were the holy angels. All of them were beautiful, holy, and radiated a brilliant holy light. The next to appear were the fallen angels, with a strong breath of hell. The blood-dripping fallen angel swords looked like the legendary God-devouring swords, evil and terrifying. Following them came the 6-winged and 8-winged fallen angels, who looked like the blood-armored female god of war. Like the high-ranking fallen angels summoned before, they were also dragging thick chains in their hands, and at the end of each chain was a terrifying 3-headed hellhound. This legendary hell creature was free in the fallen angels camp. Since the first rule breaking the fallen angels camp has regarded the hellhound knight as a regular summoned soldier. As long as they are high-ranking fallen angels, they have a 3-headed hellhound in their hands. If he wasn't worried about going too far and being reported by the floating island of all worlds, the 18-winged fallen archangel named Astra wanted to give those war soldiers 4-winged fallen angels, double-winged fallen angels, and hell 3-headed dogs are also standard. Anyway, there are countless giant monsters in hell. In the past, when they had nothing to do, they used to kill hell 3-headed dogs as puppies for fun. Soon, all the angel legions arrived. 19 reorganized medium-sized angel legions have nearly 100,000 angels. The ratio of holy angels to fallen angels is usually 2 to 1. So far, the total number of angels under Lin Yu has exceeded 300,000. To be more precise, it is about 320,000. After forming the legion camp, there are 6 large angel legions and 5 medium-sized angel legions. Under Lin Yu's gaze, another 6 beautiful figures flew out of the summoning black hole. 4 holy angels and 2 fallen angels. In terms of body size, their difference is very large. The 4 holy angels are all normal human heights, about 1.7 meters and 1.8 meters. The other 2 fallen angels were 7 meters tall. They were supergiant angels. The common point of these 6 angels was that they all had 5 pairs of angel wings. 3 pairs of wings were real wings, and 2 pairs were flowing wings. They were all 10-winged angels. Lin Yu drew a 10-winged holy angel and a 10-winged fallen angel respectively, and checked their information. 10-winged dark angel, initial level, holy rank, growth potential, peak of upper true god, possess divine arts, holy light blessing, prophecy, holy sword, light god's advent, introduction. The 10-winged dark angels, who belong to the orthodox faction of the angel family, the 12-winged dark angels, have powerful combat power and the ability to control the battlefield on the road of spreading the faith of holy light. 10-winged fallen angel, initial level, peak of saint rank, growth potential, peak of upper true god, combat skills, dance of dark night, hell war song, soul devouring sword, introduction. The fallen 10-winged angels are the coldest and most terrible killing machines on the battlefield. To some extent, they are more evil than demons because they come from hell. But there is no doubt about their loyalty. They are the dead soldiers loyal to the Supreme Creator. The initial level is still higher than the fallen angels, but their growth potential is the same, all reaching the peak of the upper true God, Lin Yu secretly said with horror. The endpoint of the 10-winged angel is the peak upper true God. Doesn't that mean that the potential of the 12-winged angels will reach the height of the main god? Lin Yu heard Angelica say that the main god is the master of the pantheon, and there are a large number of subordinate gods following him. Even in the battlefield of the 10,000 worlds where gods are everywhere and demigods are no match for dogs, the Lord God is an extremely powerful existence. A world like the floating island. If there is no world rule to protect it, the Lord God can explode it with just one finger. Lin Yu said to himself, in other words, Vivian's body is the Lord God, and one finger can explode a world. Chapter 253. The two of them were very close. Among the four holy angels, one is a divine magic type 10-winged angel of power. 3 are war type 10-winged angels of power. It's a pity that the command type 10-winged angel was not summoned. The command type 10-winged angel is no longer a power angel, but a main angel. If it goes one step further and is promoted to 12 wings, it will be a 3-level seraph. In addition, these 4 holy angels have just been bred from the angel reincarnation pool. They are not high-level angels in peak state. They have no names. Lin Yu thought for a moment and named them Martha, Cindy, Eudora, and Rena respectively. Among them, Cindy is a 10-winged angel of power. She has an extremely delicate face and a stunning figure. She holds a white jade staff dotted with many gems, wears a pure white platinum magic dress, and the 10 angel wings behind her are all emitting brilliant light. Under the platinum magic dress is a curvy and exquisite figure. She has an unusually full chest, round hip curves, and 2 slender and straight long legs. Unfortunately, a clearer beauty can't be seen. Praise you, the great Lord of Holy Light, thank you for your name. The 4 10-winged holy angels were very excited. The eyes looking at Lin Yu were also more fanatical and respectful. Compared with most angels, they are lucky, because there are not many angels who can be named by the Lord of Holy Light. They swore secretly. They must cherish this honor. Dedicate everything they have to the great Lord of Holy Light. Lin Yu nodded. Then he turned to look at the 2 10-winged fallen angels. Compared to the 4 holy angels that had just been bred from the angel reincarnation pool, the 2 of them were both veteran adult angels. The reason why they did not descend with peak combat power was because of the restrictions from the floating island of 10,000 worlds. If there were no restrictions from the floating island of 10,000 worlds, the 2 of them would have descended directly as peak upper-level true gods with powerful divine power. Sweeping across this world is easy. What are your names? Reporting to the Supreme Creator, the 2 10-winged fallen angels immediately introduced themselves respectfully. One of them was called Karina, and the other was called Yasindra, and their direct superior was a 12-winged fallen angel. What surprised Lin Yu was that the 12-winged fallen angel they were loyal to had actually been summoned by him earlier, and it was Gladys who had just evolved into an 8-winged fallen angel. This was something Lin Yu had not expected. He originally thought that Gladys was only a 6-winged fallen angel. But she didn't expect that her true identity was actually a powerful existence at the main god level. Gladys obeyed the order of the 18-winged fallen archangel Astya, and was fortunate to become the first fallen angel to be summoned, serving the Supreme Creator. I never thought Gladys actually lowered her status. This made Lin Yu sigh with emotion. From a 12-winged fallen angel at the main god level, she lowered herself to a 6-winged angel with an initial level of only king level. How much courage and faith does it take to do this? It seems that I have to pay more attention to Gladys when I have time. In addition, behind the 10-winged fallen angels Karina and Axidra, there is also a 3-headed hellhound crawling. And the aura it exudes has also reached the peak of the holy level. One step further. These 2 3-headed hellhounds can become demigods. However, the limit of their growth potential is only the peak of the middle god. Lin Yu learned from the fallen angel Karina that the giant monster, hellhound, has the potential to grow to the peak of the middle god under normal circumstances. Only a very small number of hellhounds can reach the level of upper true gods. Not bad, although it is not as good as the 10-winged angel, it is not weak. Lin Yu did not care too much. His main core is still the holy angels and fallen angels. The hellhound is just a supplement to summon the fallen angels. It is good to have it, and the requirements do not need to be too high. Lin Yu said to the 6 10-winged angels present, I appoint you as the legion commanders, each leading a large angel legion to fight for the territory and for faith. Of course, your own level must be improved as soon as possible, In this world I look forward to seeing you on the demigod battlefield, yes, great Lord of Holy Light, Supreme Creator. The 610 winged angels all responded with great respect. At the same time, they were firm in their beliefs and worked hard to grow, so as not to disappoint the Lord of Holy Light, the Creator. Then, Lin Yu counted the high-level angels he had just summoned. 1 large angel legion, 9 medium-sized angel legions. There were a total of 98 winged angels and 196 winged angels. Among these high-level angels, there were 7 craftsman angels, 5 punishment angels, and a greater number of 10 love angels. 22 special angels. The probability of summoning has increased a bit. For Lin Yu, this is good news. After all, special angels are very useful. Punishment angels, their combat power is so strong that it's off the charts. Angels of love, they are so skilled in using the arrows of the god of love. As for the craftsman angels, their abilities are irreplaceable. The more of them there are, the faster Lin Yu can realize his dream of Angel City Army. With the addition of these 7 craftsman angels by tomorrow evening at the latest, the 3 angel cities that Carol and others are building will be completed. By then, sweeping across the entire dark forest will be a piece of cake. While talking to himself, Lin Yu's handsome face was already full of smiles. He couldn't wait to conquer the dark forest and establish his own kingdom-level territory. Next, Lin Yu used the blueprint to upgrade the territory's intermediate city wall to advanced. The advanced city wall is 40 meters wide and 100 meters high, with a durability of 500,000 points. In addition, the magic cannons located on the city wall were all upgraded to advanced levels by him, with a longer range, a larger attack range, and more terrifying power. If a supernatural level strongman is hit, he will definitely die. If he is attacked by a large number of advanced magic cannons, even a saint-level strongman will be in danger of his life. Lin Yu said to Secretarian standing beside him, "The news that we have captured the giant kingdom has already been known to the local forces in the dark forest, including the Whitebone Temple, the Elf Garden, and the Naga Kingdom. Be careful when encircling the undead army tonight. I doubt that the 3 local superpowers will take action." "Yes, my lord." Angelia nodded respectfully. Chapter 254. The night fell. As expected, the undead creatures from the underground world appeared near Lin Yu's territory again. However, compared with last night, the number was much less. There was no need for the angel army to take action. The other legions in the territory could easily resist the attack of the undead creature army. Lin Yu made a rough calculation. So far, the number of people under his command is about 2.7 million. This includes an angel army of 320,000, a mountain giant army of 760,000, a dark elf army of 10,000, a goblin army of 400,000, a goblin army of 250,000, and a forest troll army of 570,000. These are elite troops. In addition to the legion, there are about 400,000 ordinary residents. Daily work is logistics preparation. In other words, even if the angel army is not included, he has 2 million elite troops under his command. This is a very shocking number. Once it is spread, it will definitely shock any professional on the island. Even if the 3 local super forces in the dark forest know it, they will be scared out of their wits. It is because the speed of the power development of Paradise Town is too terrifying. It has exceeded the cognitive range of normal people. After the territory was upgraded to Advanced Town, the area of Paradise Town was further expanded. It is about 160 kilometers long and wide. In the territory, you can see large buildings. There are more than 100,000 stone houses alone, and all of these stone houses have been upgraded to advanced levels by Lin Yu. Advanced stone houses can accommodate 300 residents. In total, Paradise Town can accommodate more than 30 million people, and Lin Yu's current number of people is less than 3 million, which means that many stone houses are empty. Looking down from the sky, Lin Yu's territory doesn't look like a town at all. It looks like a huge city. The only drawback is that there are too few people, which makes the territory seem a bit empty. It can only be said that the Angel Corps still needs to work harder to subdue more local intelligent races to fill the living space of the territory. The Night War has begun. More than 2 million elite arms corps are scattered in all directions of Paradise Town. A small arm corps of 500 people is a group, working together to clear out the undead creatures that drilled out from the underground world. Facing the terrible offensive of the elite arms corps that swept away everything like a whirlwind, the undead creatures are in big trouble. Some were killed on the spot as soon as they drilled out from the ground. Some even had half of their bodies still in the mud, with their heads separated from their bodies. In the night battle some time ago, the number of undead creatures was as numerous as cattle hair and as vast as the ocean, and they could not be killed no matter how hard they tried. Today, it feels like there is too much and not enough. In order to solve this problem, the elite military corps of Paradise Town can only choose to expand the battlefield area. There are powerful military corps, such as the Angel Corps, the Mountain Giant Corps, the Dark Elf Corps. They even killed them 100 kilometers away from Paradise Town. The undead creatures in those areas seem to have not been developed yet. They were in groups and very dense. This made the angels, mountain giants, and dark elves in the territory feel like they were killing everyone. When the tribal dark elves headed by the ancient great elf Doris first joined Lin Yu, there were only 2 king-level professionals. But now, these tribal elves have basically reached the king level. There are also many extraordinary or even holy level strongmen. For them, the night war was no longer difficult. They killed the undead creatures on the battlefield like a game. Even those high-level undead creatures were easily controlled by them. However, the holy level strongmen in the territory did not participate in the war, including the holy level angels and holy level mountain giants. They were all scattered around the battlefield and hid in the dark. The purpose was naturally to wait and see. My lord, I have a feeling that tonight is an uneasy night. The person who spoke was the 10-winged angel Cindy who Lin Yu had just summoned. She stood beside Angelica with a hint of respect in her expression. My lord's speculation is correct. Angelica held her hands with his back on his back, his golden eyes stared at the dark sky in the distance, and he said lightly, "Tonight, there will definitely be strong men from the 3 local forces. The mountain giant kingdom was destroyed by us. They can't sit still." Hearing this, a trace of anger suddenly appeared on the delicate and beautiful face of the 10-winged angel Cindy. Why don't these heretics surrender? Being able to kneel down and worship the great Lord of Holy Light at close range is an honor they will never have in their lifetime. Back then, when my angel clan swept across the universe, even the famous supreme gods can't see my lord whenever they want. The mortals in this world are much luckier than those supreme gods and the masters of the pantheon. They actually want to resist? Blaspheme my lord's domain? They really deserve to die? The ignorant are fearless, Angelica said indifferently. As the Holy Spirit of my lord, our mission is to spread the glory of my lord throughout the universe, so that all the races in the universe can understand what the belief in holy light is. Only the divine light of the holy light can guide them in the direction of progress. Praise my lord. In this era, the glory of the holy lord will surely shine on the entire universe. The 10-winged angel Cindy made a prayer gesture with a solemn expression. Her pupils were also golden. Under the long and curved eyelashes, a pair of eyes sparkled. Coupled with the exquisite and beautiful cheeks, delicate and white skin, and the unusually full chest, the perfect S-shaped curve, it looks extremely attractive. It is undeniable. Angels are the embodiment of beauty. All angels are a combination of beauty, temperament, and beautiful figures. But among the angels, there are also those who can make people shine. For example, the 10-winged angel Cindy in front of you. In terms of figure, she is more exaggerated than Secretarian. The exquisite and perfect face is not much inferior. Only in temperament, the 10-winged angel Cindy is not as good as Secretarian. But this is normal. Lin Yu summoned more than 300,000 angels, and no angel's temperament can surpass Angelica. No matter which angel appears in front of Angelica, they will involuntarily bow down. Time passed quickly. In the blink of an eye, it was late at night. The 8-winged fallen angel Gladys, who was ordered to clear the western and northern areas of the giant kingdom, finally completed the mission and returned to the territory with a mighty army of fallen angels. With her came more than 200,000 mountain giant believers. From this moment on, the giant kingdom completely became the history of this world. Heaven Town became the ruler of the western area of the Dark Forest. In terms of status alone, it can be compared with the Bone Temple in the north, the Naga Kingdom in the south, and the Elf Garden in the east. Chapter 255. The new space is full of vitality. Spiritual field space. Compared with before the upgrade, the spiritual energy of the spiritual field space is more concentrated. Just taking a breath, there is a feeling that people seem to be floating in the air. This is because the special substances contained in it have increased dramatically. This special substance can help creatures achieve the evolution of their bloodline. The longer you practice here, the higher the opportunity for evolution and the probability of success. With the practice during this period, many of the angels and dark elves under Lin Yu have also achieved evolution. There are thousands of angels who have been promoted from 2 wings to 4 wings. And there are nearly 100 4-winged angels who have been promoted to 6-winged angels. Not only did they achieve the improvement of their status and strength, but they also saved Lin Yu a lot of gold coins. It can be said that it is very worthwhile to improve the level of spirit field. At this moment Lin Yu is in the spirit field. In the air in front of him, there are dozens of bright light balls suspended on both sides. Each light ball is shrouded in a figure. There are 7 light balls on the left, namely the 6-winged energy angel Elena, the 6-winged power angel Renee, the 6-winged power angel Pamela, the 4-winged angel Yida and Sally, as well as the 6-winged punishment angel Caroline and the 6-winged craftsman angel Carol. There are more light balls on the right, more than 20. The figures shrouded in them are dark elves, humans, and mountain giants. The Saint of Light Tiffany and the mountain giant King Von are also in it. At this moment, they are all evolving their bloodline. My lord, at this time, a huge figure suddenly appeared. It was Gladys, the 8-winged fallen angel. She folded the 4 huge fallen angel wings behind her, carried the blood-red sword on her back, and knelt on one knee in front of Lin Yu with great respect. Get up, Lin Yu raised his hand. His eyes fell on Gladys's delicate face with a solemn expression. In appearance, Gladys was also flawless. She looked like a combination of an angel and a demon. She exuded a dark beauty. Unfortunately, her body was too huge, as big as 7 meters. For Lin Yu, who was a human, this was a bit beyond his ability. However, according to Elena's narration, fallen angels can shrink their bodies after being promoted to true gods. Of course, Lin Yu is the same. When he becomes an immortal true god, he can also enlarge his body to a certain extent and become a giant like a fallen angel, or even comparable to a mountain giant. Lin Yu put away his fantasy and smiled. Is the war in those 2 regions over? Reporting to my lord Gladys, the 8-winged fallen angel said respectfully, the mountain giant cities and tribes in the 2 regions have all been captured. Our army has reached the westernmost part of the dark forest and can overlook the endless Runkle Prairie. Lin Yu nodded. Well done. Once we have completely cleared the obstacles of the dark forest and seized the resources of this region, we will also send the army to the Runkle Prairie. To the west of the dark forest is the Runkle Prairie. To the north is the barren desert, and continuing to the northeast is the St. Cabal snowfield. Both the barren desert and the St. Cabal snowfield are places with poor resources and are not Lin Yu's priority targets. To the south is the sea, where another region, 36 islands of the bay, is located. This is the territory of the Dragon Clan. To the east is the famous Land of Plenty, the area ruled by native humans. The war in the Plenty region has begun. As long as the Holy Sea of Light wins this war, the Plenty region will fall into Lin Yu's hands. Counting these regions one by one. For Lin Yu, the most important target to capture is the Runkle Prairie occupied by the orcs. There are a huge amount of monster resources and a large number of native intelligent races here. Once this region is captured, Lin Yu's power will increase again. However, when the attack on the Runkle Prairie is launched, it will not be like now, step by step, slowly. Instead, it will be a full-scale war. Because by that time, Lin Yu must have had multiple angel cities and a larger scale, plus the huge angel army and the local believer army. The total size of the army may exceed 10 million. He can directly use a full-scale war to take down the Runkle Prairie in one fell swoop. Here, the 8-winged fallen angel Gladys respectfully handed over several pieces of space equipment and said, "My lord, this is the spoils our army has harvested in the western and northern regions." Lin Yu took it over. Check them one by one. The several pieces of space equipment are all filled with various resources, items, and magic materials. There are also a large number of magic cores. So far, Lin Yu has stored millions of magic cores. There are many magic cores of the holy level. There are even 2 demigod level magic cores. However, these 2 demigod level magic cores are not from the Giant Kingdom, but Secretary and collected them from the treasure house of the Holy Sea of Light. The millions of magic cores he now has are also the sum of the reserves of the Giant Kingdom and the Holy Sea of Light. Before, Angel City bombarded the Giant King's capital. Only tens of thousands of magic cores were consumed. The remaining magic core reserves are enough to supply multiple angel cities and deal with larger-scale wars. In addition to these gains, there are many gold coins, equipment, blueprints, and more than 100 stronghold treasure chests of different levels. Lin Yu did not return to the Lord's Hall, but opened all these stronghold treasure chests in this spiritual field space. In total, more than 50,000 honor points and more than 100,000 reputation points were gained. In addition, there are more than 400 various blueprints. As usual, Lin Yu put all the equipment and blueprints that were not used in the territory on the island trading platform, waiting to collect a large amount of gold coins to continue summoning angels. I don't know if the goddess of luck went to sleep this time. I didn't get anything good that made Lin Yu's eyes light up when I opened the treasure chest. At most, there were a few exclusive soldier evolution blueprints, which were also awarded by Lin Yu to the 8-winged fallen angel Gladys, allowing her to choose whether to use them herself or assign them to other fallen angels. While Lin Yu was repacking the items on the ground into the space equipment, he asked, "I heard from Karina that you were once a 12-winged fallen angel." "Yes, my lord." The 8-winged fallen angel Gladys knelt down on one knee again and said with great respect, "I have lowered my status to come to this world by the order of Her Majesty Astra to serve the great Yu." Lin Yu asked curiously, "Besides you, are there any other angels who have lowered their status?" Chapter 256. After hearing Lin Yu's question, Gladys immediately said respectfully, "Reporting to my lord, in our fallen angel camp, Zawaliya also lowered her status. When she was in hell, she was a 12-winged fallen angel of the main god level like me, Zawaliya." Lin Yu was a little surprised. The first and second 6-winged fallen angels he summoned at the beginning actually lowered their status. This did not occur to him. "Are the other fallen angels in their original status?" "Yes, my lord." Gladys looked at Lin Yu cautiously, and then said, "Generally speaking, it is difficult for angels with more than 12 wings to lower their status. It requires extremely terrifying power to do so, and if they descend with their own status, it is even more impossible, because the world laws of this floating island are very fragile. Any 14-winged angel that descends is at least to the level of a true god. It is easy to destroy the order of this floating island, causing the collapse of the law and the end of the world, that is to say. The initial level of a 12-winged angel is a demigod. The initial level of a 14-winged angel is a lower-level true god. The maximum power that this floating island can carry is a peak demigod. If you want to become a god, you have to go to the battlefield of all realms." Lin Yu sighed. His eyes involuntarily fell on Gladys's proud figure, and he said, "In view of your contribution, I will definitely reward you well in the future. Praise you, the Supreme Creator." Gladys was relieved in excitement. She was excited because she felt honored to get the attention of the Creator. She relaxed because the Supreme Creator did not continue to ask. If she asked about the Holy Angel Camp, she felt that she would not be able to hold it. "Back off." Lin Yu waved his hand. "Work hard and serve the territory." "Yes, great lord." Gladys immediately respectfully withdrew from the spiritual field space. And without stopping, she flew straight to the distant sky. About half an hour later, the bright ball of light suspended in the air finally began to crack. Starting from the first light ball, as if a chain reaction, the other light balls also cracked, and dazzling golden light burst out from the cracks. Soon, all the light balls disappeared. One after another, figures emitting powerful auras appeared in Lin Yu's vision. And the smile on his face instantly became brighter. First, the 7 angels all evolved successfully. The 6-winged energy angel Elena, the 6-winged power angel Renee, the 6-winged power angel Pamela, the 6-winged punishment angel Caroline, and the 6-winged craftsman angel Carol all became 8-winged angels. Yida and Sally also evolved into 6-winged angels. From now on, they are also considered high-level angels. In terms of level, the 7 angels have reached the peak level of the holy level at the lowest. Elena and Yida have even become demigods. Their strength has soared. On the other side, the same is true for the dark elves and mountain giants. None of them failed to evolve. After all, their growth potential is not high, and with the help of Army Evolution Blueprint, and the increase of Level 7 Spirit Field, the possibility of evolution failure is naturally very low. The 3 people worth paying attention to are the ancient great elf Doris, the holy maiden of light Tiffany, and the mountain giant King Vaughn. Doris achieved a self-breakthrough and has the growth potential limit of the peak of the middle god. Her own level also jumped from the late saint level to the peak of the saint level and entered the level of demigod. The holy maiden of light Tiffany was originally at the peak of the saint level. This successful evolution not only has the potential to become a god, but also the level has stepped into the demigod realm. As for the mountain giant King Vaughn, he was directly promoted from the early demigod to the late demigod. The next step is to ignite the divine fire. If successful, he will be a peak demigod. It is worth mentioning that after the successful evolution, not only did his level increase dramatically, but his appearance also changed greatly. The appearance of the normal mountain giant looks like it is made up of countless large and small stones. Some mountain giants even have grass growing on their bodies, which is basically no different from the mountain. But the current mountain giant King Vaughn, the body is more like a human. A huge bald head and purple skin. It is completely different from other mountain giants. It seems that they are not of the same race. And you can also see that golden thunder flashes on his body from time to time, like a titan controlling the origin of thunder. However, in terms of body size, the mountain giant king has not changed much. It is still about 20 meters. Lin Yu checked Vaughn's personal information. In his race column, it is still marked as mountain giant. This shows that he has not successfully achieved the anti-ancestral evolution of blood like the ancient great elf Doris, and became the legendary Thunder Titan. This made Lin Yu a little disappointed. As if he had noticed this, the mountain giant King Vaughn immediately knelt down in front of Lin Yu with a plop. Great Lord of Holy Light, I have sensed the Titan blood hidden in my body. If you can give me another chance to evolve, I believe I can definitely become a Titan and master the origin of thunder. As soon as these words came out, Lin Yu's disappointment in his heart immediately dissipated. Isn't it just consuming a few army evolution blueprints? It's just a small problem for him now. Lin Yu said to the mountain giant King Vaughn, who was kneeling on the ground, you must perform well in the next war. Whether you can get the opportunity to evolve into Titan depends on you. Praise you, great lord. Mountain giant King Vaughn immediately stated that he would never let Lin Yu down. Lin Yu nodded, encouraged others a few more words, and led the team to leave the spiritual field space. In the planting area of the spiritual field, the immortal flower looked at Lin Yu's disappearing back and was instantly heartbroken. Since Teng Mei left, the master has never come to see her again. She seemed to have been forgotten. No. I want to evolve. I want to become a demigod. Only in this way can I regain the love of my master, the immortal flower shouted several times in a row, cheering herself up while silently absorbing the special substances in the spiritual field space. Not to mention, as the immortal flower continued to absorb, a faint golden light began to appear on her body. Although it was very weak, it did appear. On the other side, the clouds shrouded in darkness. The eight-winged fallen angel Gladys appeared beside Angelia and respectfully recounted the conversation between her and the Supreme Creator just now. Respected Her Majesty Angelia, am I deceiving the great Creator? Looking at Gladys's face with a bitter and vengeful expression, Secretarian's mouth twitched. In the end, it was this former 12-winged fallen angel who took on everything. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 257. The old man was very angry. Don't think too much, you did the right thing, Angelia comforted him in a calm tone. Wait until we successfully welcome our Lord back to the divine realm, then you can confess your sins to our Lord. Our Lord is kind and loving, and I don't think he will punish you severely. Gladys opened her mouth, looking confused. So, she has to take care of all these things, right? Angelia glanced at him and said lightly, why, are you dissatisfied? Gladys immediately lowered her head and said respectfully, whatever you say, that's what it is. In short, she can't afford to offend this big shot. She needs her big sister to come. Angelica sighed slightly and said, my coming has broken the rules. Although the spirit of the law of this world helps to cover it up, it is hard to guarantee that it will not be discovered by the world rules of the battlefield of all realms. That guy's power exceeds that of the supreme god. Only when my lord returns to the peak can he be suppressed. So, it is better to be cautious at this stage, my lord. Gladys couldn't help but say, why would the world rules of the battlefield of all realms go against our angels? If it weren't for my lord leading our angels to turn the tide, it would have been swallowed by the void demon long ago. It's not clear yet. Angelica shook her head and said, but my lord stripped off his godhood and abandoned his great power to leave the divine realm, which was inseparable from it, because before that, The last person my lord saw was it. Hearing this, Gladys was shocked. She was not qualified to know such a high-level secret before. In the Lord's domain, whether it is the Holy Angel Camp or their fallen angel camp, only angels with 12 wings or above are the core high level. As a 12-winged angel, she is just the commander of an angel army. And in the entire angel clan, there are countless commanders like her. High-level secrets are naturally inaccessible. Okay, don't think too much, Angelia said lightly. Follow the footsteps of our Lord, and all the fog shrouding the front will be revealed. I understand, Gladys nodded respectfully. She didn't dare to ask more. As for taking the blame, she has already taken it. What else can she do? The lower-level angels have no human rights. It was 3 or 4 in the morning. The undead creatures who struggled in the war for a night and survived by chance finally received the order and hurriedly retreated to the underground world. Those high-level undead creatures with extremely high intelligence also breathed a sigh of relief. In the past, they were the rulers of darkness. Now, they are eager for the day to come. For them, the Paradise Town is simply too scary. They would rather stay in the underground world for their whole lives than get close to this alien world. Especially those angels, they are just like nightmares to them. Not only were they killed, but even their souls could not escape. At the same time, after cleaning up the battlefield, the elite armies of the Paradise Town returned to the territory with the help of the teleportation array. Some went into the stone house to rest and sleep. Some went into the spiritual field to practice. It was also at this time that a figure suddenly appeared in the distant sky. This figure was huge and fast. In the blink of an eye, it arrived near the territory of Paradise Town, and could not stop. It can be seen that this is a bone dragon with a body length of more than 100 meters. The whole dragon bone is grayish-white. Only the head is burning with a faint blue soul fire. 2 more blue lights were projected from its 2 huge eye holes, looking like 2 searchlights. Finally found it, the territory ahead should be the Paradise Town that conquered the giant kingdom. No, it's the town now. The bone dragon was lying in the clouds. Like an evil beast from ancient times, it looked down at the brightly lit Paradise Town diagonally below. At this moment, it seemed to have discovered something. The huge bone dragon body trembled violently. God of death, how can there be so many holy creatures and demigods? In addition, isn't that His Majesty Vaughn, the ruler of the giant kingdom? How come he is also in Paradise Town? Not only did he not death, and also surrendered to the Lord of the other world? The bone dragon was frightened by the terrifying aura in Paradise Town. Not to mention the saint rank. As Elena and others have successfully evolved. Today, there are 7 demigods in Paradise Town. They are Angelica, Mountain Giant King Vaughn, 8-winged Angel of Energy Elena, 6-winged Angel of Power Aida, Ancient Elf Doris, Light Saint Tiffany, and Lin Yu himself. And it is just a small peak saint rank. We can't stay here for long. The bone dragon did not dare to hesitate and turned around and ran. It came here on the order of His Majesty the Lich King to explore the location of Heaven Town. Now, not only has the location been found, but also very important information has been discovered. It must go back and report to His Majesty the Lich King immediately. Maybe it will be in time. But just when the bone dragon was about to fly away, a huge palm suddenly appeared out of thin air and grabbed it. This palm was condensed by powerful law power. It contains various law powers such as space, holiness, light, etc. From the shape of the hand. This is obviously Secretarian's little hand. Damn it. I've been discovered. The bone dragon was terrified. It quickly released its own domain world, trying to resist the hand of law. However, the result was that its domain did not even last for a second, and was directly crushed by the hand of law. The next moment, it was more than 100 meters long, and was also tightly grasped by the hand of law. No matter how it twisted and struggled, it could not escape the confinement of the hand of law. It looked like a tied big bone lizard. Sir, spare my life. I'm just passing by, the bone dragon screamed for mercy. In the face of death, the dignity of the dragon clan is not important at all. However, the master of the hand of law did not listen to its cry, nor did he kill it on the spot, but dragged it into the Paradise Town, and condensed it into a cage with a law of space. The bone dragon was imprisoned in the square of the territory. Looking at the towering statue standing in the center of the square, which was hundreds of meters high, and the terrible aura in the territory, the bone dragon was suddenly desperate. It felt like it was here to give its head. Soon after, 2 more figures flew out of the Paradise Town. They were the ancient great elf Doris, and the six-winged angel Yida. The former flew to the east of the territory. The latter flew to the south of the territory. Chapter 258. The two of them were so busy that they had to face each other. Lin Yu was very comfortable. When the territory's army was besieging the undead creatures on the battlefield, he had already fallen asleep with a cute little kawaii angel in his arms. He didn't know that the 6 demigods in the territory had stayed up all night. They had been waiting for the arrival of the enemy spies. He didn't even know that Secretary An had directly captured a peak holy bone dragon with the power of the law. The reason why Angelica didn't kill the bone dragon was to help him, the Lord of Holy Light, realize his plan to transform the Holy Light undead. Otherwise, she would have crushed the bone dragon to death. At this moment, Lin Yu had fallen asleep. The one in his arms was the angel of love, Shirley, who looked like a girl from the second dimension. He couldn't let go of the furry angel wings of the angel of love, Shirley. Especially when sleeping with it as a pillow, it felt particularly comfortable. One more thing. Lin Yu also opened the Glory item menu, and exchanged a trance time and space ring for the angel of love, Shirley. He had opened more than 100 stronghold treasure chests before, and he had obtained more than 50,000 glory points. It was easy to exchange for a trance time and space ring, worth 3,000 glory points. Semi-artifacts like the trance time and space ring are not unique. As long as there is glory points, they can be exchanged in batches. Master in the dim moment. The angel of love, Shirley, murmured like a dream chant. Then she twisted her petite body a few times, changed to a more comfortable position, and shrunk into Lin Yu's arms and continued to sleep. At the same time, more than 100 kilometers away from the town of Paradise, a sexy and beautiful figure stood high in the sky, with a pair of charming eyes looking at the distant sky. It was the ancient great elf Doris. After an unknown period of time, 2 figures suddenly appeared. They rode on a tall white unicorn horse and flew from the distant sky. But soon, the 2 figures stopped again. Looking at the ancient great elf Doris, who exuded a mature, sexy and charming aura. These 2 figures are both natural elves from the elf garden. The level has also reached the saint level. Like the dark elves under Lin Yu, the natural elves also have beautiful appearances and impeccable 12 figures. All of them are first-class beauties. The difference is, the dark elves belong to the evil camp, and their appearance also reveals the beauty of evil and darkness. The natural elves belong to the good camp. They have a kind of purity, tranquility, gentleness, the beauty from nature. The 2 kinds of elves seem similar, but they are completely different. As for the white unicorn horse under them, it is the unicorn that can only be ridden by virgin creatures with pure souls and bodies. Unicorns, elf dragons, and fairy dragons are all high-level races belonging to the natural elf camp. In the professional world, they are also top-level soldiers. As for whether the lords randomly get these 3 top-level soldiers, it is unknown. As for why they know that they are top-level soldiers, it is naturally because someone consulted Floating Island of All Worlds, and passed it to the chat channel on the island, so that other professionals have learned about it. At this moment, the 2 natural elves riding unicorns are standing still in the distant sky, motionless. Even though they are very far away, they can see Doris's appearance and sense the elf breath emanating from Doris. At that moment, they were all stunned. There was astonishment and shock. Both pairs of beautiful eyes were filled with disbelief. Helena, I am not dreaming, am I? You are not dreaming, but I am also curious, am I dazzled? The 2 nature elves looked at each other, and then said in unison, we have seen the legendary ancient elves. How is this possible? Didn't the ancient elves become extinct a long time ago? It is said that the ancient elves only exist in the battlefield of all realms, under the command of the goddess of nature and elves. How come there are ancient elves in our world? Is this true? The nature elf called Helena just now took a deep breath and said, I can sense the spirit breath on her body. Which means she belongs to our elves. There is also a very ancient power in her. This power has a certain suppressive force on our bloodline. In other words, there is a 90% chance that the person we are meeting now is really an ancient great elf, goddess of the elf. Another natural elf was also full of horror. In her opinion, even if it was a dream, it was more real than the scene in front of her. Soon, the 2 natural elves became excited again. That was the ancient great elf, representing the former glory of the natural elves. Now it appears again in this world. Does this mean that their natural elves are about to usher in a glorious future? And this ancient great elf is also a demigod who masters the power of the law. If he can join their elf garden, then the strength of their elf garden will definitely increase dramatically. It will also be easier to destroy the alien world territory called Paradise Town. In addition, with the destruction of the giant kingdom, the power of their elf garden has also weakened a lot. In the past, they formed an alliance with a mountain giant kingdom to intimidate the Bone Temple and Naga Kingdom. Now, the giant kingdom is gone. Their elf garden also needs to make some long-term plans. Otherwise, they will not be destroyed by the Lord of the alien world in the end, but will be kicked out of the dark forest by the Bone Temple and Naga Kingdom together, which would be a big loss. Let's go and pay our respects to the Lord of God, okay? The two nature elves did not hesitate. They immediately rode the unicorn towards Doris. Soon, they came close. They dismounted and saluted Doris with great respect. Respected ancient great elf messenger, the nature elf from the elf garden, Helena, Ivy, greets you. May the glory of the goddess bless you. Here, the ancient great elf Doris was about to take action. Take down the two nature elves who recklessly broke into the territory of the Lord of Holy Light. But after seeing their attitude, she suddenly had a new idea. Doris put her hands behind her back, highlighting her proud figure. She asked in a pretentious manner, "Why are you here?" Nature elf Helena answered without thinking, reporting to the Lord of God, "We are under the order of Her Majesty Queen Bernina to explore the location of the Paradise Town and prepare for tomorrow's war." Tomorrow's war? Yes, Helena answered every question and explained in detail, not only our elf garden, but also the Bone Temple from the north and the Naga Kingdom from the south will participate in this war. 3 forces unite. Doris secretly said that it was true, the Lord of Holy Light was as good as a god. After that, she asked a few more questions. Helena and Ivy were both open and honest. They did not doubt Doris's identity at all. They did not consider whether Doris was from Paradise Town. Because in their view, the ancient elves were the messengers of the goddess of nature and elves, and the most fanatical believers of the goddess. It was impossible for them to surrender to a lord from another world. After confirming that Doris was the ancient elf, they regarded Doris as their own. As respectful as facing Queen Bernina. Chapter 259. The enemy was defeated, and the enemy was defeated. Respected Lord God, nature elf Helena said angrily, Paradise Town is a force created by a lord from another world. He invaded the dark forest with a powerful angel army and even destroyed the mountain giant kingdom. We must resist and protect our home. Please help us, Lord God. Before she finished speaking, the nature elf Ivy on the side was also begging for help from the ancient great elf Doris. The ancient great elf controls the more powerful power of natural laws. It is stronger than the nature elves of the same level. If this ancient great elf joins the battle, then the 3 forces will be more confident in destroying Paradise Town. Of course, as an ancient great elf, my duty is to protect the believers of the goddess of nature and elves. Doris nodded lightly. She looked cold and indifferent. She looked down at the 2 natural elves of the holy level. But this scene seemed very normal to the 2 natural elves. After all, they are ancient great elves. The messengers of the goddess of nature and elves. Pride is also a matter of course. Praise the goddess, the 2 natural elves said excitedly. It is an honor for our elf garden to get your help. They were all very excited. The ancient great elves have long become legends. Although they have not been to the elf holy land, in the Far East, and do not know whether there are ancient great elves in the elf holy land, at least they have not seen them in this dark forest. Now they can see them. They are really lucky and happy. On this side, the ancient great elf Doris, who was arrogant and noble in their eyes, secretly contacted the great secretary Angelia with the help of spiritual thoughts. Lord Angelia, I plan to use the identity of the ancient great elf to sneak into the elf garden and spy on the enemy's army. Do you think this plan is okay? Yes, don't worry about safety issues. I left a trace of space law mark on you. If an accident happens, I will be by your side at the first time. Thank you for the protection of the holy envoy. After receiving Angelia's reply, Doris was full of confidence. Unconsciously, she straightened her unusually full chest. How strong Angelia is, she is very clear after experiencing the war of the mountain giant king's capital. With Angelia supporting her behind her, let alone the elf garden, even the elf holy land, she dares to walk in swaggeringly. With Secretarian to support her, she is fearless. Let's go, Doris said to the 2 excited nature elves in a pretentious tone. Take me to see your Queen Bernina. Hearing this, the nature elf named Helena suddenly hesitated. Doris glanced at her. What's wrong? Nature elf Helena hurriedly explained, reporting to the Lord of God. We are here to find the location of Angel Town under the order of Her Majesty the Queen, but the mission has not been completed yet. Can you please wait for a moment? My intuition tells me that the location of Paradise Town is nearby. Ah, your true feeling is really accurate. Doris thought to herself. Because Paradise Town is more than 200 kilometers behind her, the two nature elves did not see it because the space behind her was distorted and there was a barrier blocking it. Go a few dozen kilometers further and cross the distorted space barrier. The two nature elves will find that the Paradise Town they were ordered to find is right in front of them. No need to look for it. Doris imitated Secretarian, showing an indifferent expression, and said, I have been paying attention to Paradise Town during this period, and I know where it is. Really? This is simply too good. The two natural elves were immediately excited. Today, they not only met a legendary ancient elf, but also got the location information about Paradise Town, and completed the task easily. This is really the goddess's favor. Without hesitation, the two natural elves immediately led the way for this noble ancient elf. They have reason to believe that once they welcome this ancient elf back to Elf Garden, their queen will be very happy. At the same time, they are very looked at the pair of butterfly-like wings behind Doris with envy. According to the classical records of the elves, that is the legendary wings of law. It belongs exclusively to the ancient elves. Even the elemental elves do not have such wings. And the ancient elves with the wings of law are powerful demigods once they reach adulthood, and it is easy for them to become immortal true gods. Unfortunately, with the inheritance of countless years, it is difficult for the elf mother tree of the natural elves to breed ancient elves. At least in their elf garden, no ancient elves have ever been bred. Soon, the three elves disappeared in the distant sky. And not long after they left, above the clouds in the sky, an elegant and beautiful figure slowly emerged. It was like walking out of the void, very magical. These three forces are moving very fast. As soon as they learned of the destruction of the giant kingdom, they immediately mobilized their troops and prepared to launch an attack tomorrow. But this is also good. We don't have to fight one force at a time. Tomorrow we will have a war to wipe out the coalition of these three forces. While talking to herself, the graceful figure disappeared again, as if she had never appeared. On the other side, southeast of Paradise Town, about 300 kilometers away, the breath fluctuations of laws and domains still remain between heaven and earth. Obviously, a battle has just been fought here. However, the traces of the battle are not obvious, which means it will end soon. Another holy and beautiful figure is flying in the sky, with 3 pairs of snow-white angel wings behind her. It is Aida, who has just evolved into a 6-winged angel. She went straight back to Paradise Town, holding the angel sword burning with golden flames in her right hand. In her left hand, she dragged a slender snake tail. The snake's tail was covered with dark green scales. It was at least 4 meters long. At the end of the snake's tail was a woman with half her breasts exposed and long purple hair. Her face was delicate and her eyes were closed. She was hung upside down in the sky and dragged back to Heaven Town by the 6-winged angel Yida. This is a Naga. From the Naga Kingdom, in the southern region, her level has reached a late saint level. Like the skull dragon, she was also captured. Chapter 260. The next morning, Lin Yu woke up from his sleep. He slept in the furry angel wings of the angel of love, Shirley, for a whole night. It was so comfortable, and the mystery could not be described in words. Of course, the happiness of the angel of love was not limited to this. Soon, Shirley woke up. She moaned like a kitten. She was petite and cute, like a second-dimensional girl who had just woken up from a dream. Her big, hazy eyes exuded a kawaii atmosphere. Lin Yu couldn't let go of her. Under Shirley's service, Lin Yu put on his clothes and washed up. He ate the breakfast carefully prepared by Elena and the Saint of Light Tiffany. He just came to the first floor of the Lord's Hall. With the promotion of the territory to Advanced Town, the Lord's Hall, whether it is the bedroom on the second floor or the hall on the first floor, has undergone a very big change. The most intuitive is the area. The first floor hall has expanded to accommodate more than 10,000 people. The pillars carved with various runes are thick and straight. At the top of the hall, there is also an exquisite throne, which belongs to Lin Yu. Here, he can summon the elite high level of the territory. This makes the Lord's Hall look like a magnificent temple. As usual, there are a lot of items piled up in the hall: gold coins, equipment, drawings, all from the harvest of the night battle last night. In addition, these items have been counted and sorted. What Lin Yu needs to do is to put the unnecessary things on the island chat channel. All the equipment useful to the territory's troops were distributed. The blueprints were used one by one. Just as Lin Yu was dealing with these items, a slightly older figure walked into the Lord's Hall. The first time he saw Lin Yu, he knelt on the ground with great enthusiasm and said, "Praise you, the great Lord of Holy Light. Your believer Denver greets you." Denver, a master-level pharmacist, responsible for managing the pharmacists dispatched from the Holy See of Light to the pharmacist mansion. "Get up." Lin Yu raised his hand and asked, "But has the potion been prepared?" "Yes, my lord." Old pharmacist Denver took out a mountain of potions from his space equipment and said respectfully, "These are the potions we prepared yesterday. In accordance with your oracle, all the potions we prepared are intermediate potions. Generally, they are only effective for intermediate professionals." "Enough." Lin Yu nodded with satisfaction. At this stage, the level of professionals on the island is generally only between level 4 and level 6. Above level 6, they are advanced professionals. The number of professionals in this category is very small, accounting for no more than 1 in 10,000. Intermediate potion is a popular potion, suitable for most professionals. Lin Yu picked up a bottle of potion and checked it, saying, "From today on, you should prepare a small amount of advanced potions. You don't need too much, just a ratio of 9 to 1 with intermediate potions." "Yes, great Lord of Holy Light." Old pharmacist Denver obeyed respectfully. Among the pharmacists dispatched from the Holy See of Light, there are more than a dozen master-level pharmacists, and it is easy for them to prepare advanced potions. Especially him, as a Grand Master-level pharmacist. Even if the Great Lord of Holy Light asked him to prepare potions suitable for Saint-level strongmen, he could prepare them. Here. The information of the potion in his hand was also presented to Lin Yu. Speed potion, level, intermediate, effect. After use, it can increase the action speed of intermediate professionals by 20%. If it is taken by advanced professionals, the speed increases less than 10%. Effect duration, half an hour. Then, Lin Yu picked up another bottle of potion. This is a potion with strength attribute. It can enhance the strength attribute of an intermediate professional by 30% within half an hour. In addition, there are other magic potions that increase magic power, healing potions that can quickly heal injuries, and mental potions that enhance perception, etc. In short, the types of potions can be said to be varied. There are more than 6,000 bottles. I just don't know how much this potion sells for. Hearing this, the old potion master Denver said quickly, "Great Lord of Holy Light, in our land of abundance, a bottle of intermediate potion like this is worth about 2 to 3 gold coins. The currency of the native human kingdom is divided into copper coins, silver coins and gold coins. 100 copper coins are equal to 1 silver coin. 100 silver coins are equal to 1 gold coin. The purchasing power of gold coins is very strong. 1 gold coin can make an ordinary family of 3 live happily for 2 months. The reason why the price of potions is so high is that the number of pharmacists is very scarce, and the preparation of potions requires relatively rare magic materials. The most important thing is, when encountering danger, taking potions can increase the chance of survival to a certain extent. This leads to the high price of potions. Many local bounty hunters will also bite their teeth and buy them as a trump card in their hands. Only 2 or 3 gold coins, that won't do. Lin Yu shook his head and said, "If you sell it to those combat professionals, you have to sell it for at least 30 gold coins. As the level continues to rise, the gold coins that the combat professionals exploded are also increasing. What are they lacking now? What they lack is top quality equipment. What they lack is potions that can enhance their combat effectiveness. As long as they can use the power of potions to push down boss level wild monsters, they will make a lot of money. The price of 2 or 3 gold coins is purely out of love and charity." Lin Yu has reason to believe that even if he marked the price at 10 gold coins, there will be combat professionals who will go crazy to buy it. Therefore, it must be a little more expensive. If it is not expensive, it will not show the high-end quality of the potion. Hearing the words of the Lord of Holy Light, the old pharmacist Denver opened his mouth wide. A bottle of intermediate potion sells for dozens of gold coins. If this kind of thing happened in the rich region, the brains of those potion merchants would be beaten out. However, he didn't know that the gold coins of their native human kingdom and the gold coins of professionals on the island were not the same concept at all. The former could not be obtained by killing wild monsters. While Lin Yu put these potions on the island chat channel, he said to the old pharmacist Denver, "You have to work harder and make as many potions as possible. You can use the magic materials stored in the territory at will. I only ask to increase the number of potions, with just over 6,000 bottles of potions. Even if one bottle is sold for 50 gold coins, it can only earn hundreds of thousands of gold coins." This made Lin Yu, who made millions a day, a little dissatisfied. The old pharmacist Denver immediately knelt down and promised in a panic, "Don't worry, my lord, from today on, we will definitely make more potions and will never let you down." Lin Yu nodded. He waved his hand to let the old pharmacist Denver leave. Chapter 261. After dealing with his spoils, Lin Yu, accompanied by 2 angels and a maid, came to the outside of the Lord's Hall. He saw the bone dragon with a body length of more than 100 meters, imprisoned in the territory square at a glance. At this moment, it seemed to be crawling on the ground with no desire to live. Facing the direction, it was Lin Yu's hundreds of meters high statue of faith. You can see it. The body of the big bone dragon is trembling. It is obviously in a very frightened state. It is because the Heaven Town is filled with extremely rich sacred and light power, which is extremely unfriendly to it as an undead creature. It felt like it could be chopped off at any time. In addition, there were angels everywhere in this territory. And not just holy angels, there was also a huge black-winged angel that exuded an evil aura from the underworld. The underworld was its destination. It naturally recognized this aura at a glance. It couldn't believe that there were angels from the underworld in the world. The underworld, isn't that the territory of the god of death? My lord, an elegant and noble figure came up and saluted Lin Yu respectfully. Lin Yu nodded, his eyes fell on Angelica's exquisite and beautiful cheek, and said, "Is this bone dragon a spy from the White Bone Temple?" "Yes, my lord," Angelica said, "in accordance with your oracle, we stayed up all night and finally caught it. In addition to it, we also caught a Naga," following Secretarian's gaze. Lin Yu really saw the Naga imprisoned next to the bone dragon. Naga is basically the same as a normal human, except that her legs are a long snake tail. Compared to the huge bone dragon, she looks too small. So Lin Yu didn't notice her at first. In appearance, it is very similar to the description in the novel, with a human body, a snake tail, and a beautiful face. If the hair is replaced with snake hair, it is Medusa. At this time, Lin Yu suddenly found that the ears of the Naga look very similar to the ears of the elves, and there was a faint elf breath on her body. What's going on? Does the Naga also belong to the elf clan? Lin Yu was a little confused, so he asked Angelica to bring the Naga over. Soon, the Naga appeared in front of Lin Yu, and her holy power was sealed by Angelica. Not to mention resistance, even standing is a little unstable. Naga has no legs. Use the long snake tail as a fulcrum. Because of her weak body, she could only stand upright. Lin Yu's eyes swept across Naga's half-exposed white chest, her charming S-shaped curve, and finally fell on her delicate cheek, and asked, "What's your name, human lord from another world? Don't even think about getting any information from me." The Naga snorted arrogantly. "Humble heretic, why don't you kneel down when you see the great lord of holy light?" Secretarian didn't tolerate her, and slapped the arrogant Naga to the ground. Before Naga could get up, the 8-winged angel Eleanor waved a staff in her hand, pouring down a brilliant rain of light to cover Naga. After a while, Naga surrendered. Knelt before Lin Yu with great piety. "Praise you, great lord of holy light. Your believer Daphne greets you." This huge difference between before and after made Lin Yu's mouth twitch. Well, the advantage of having angels is that there is no need for torture. A spell of faith will solve it. Lin Yu then asked about his doubts just now. Naga Daphne replied, reporting to the Holy Lord. "Our Naga clan does inherit the blood of natural elves, but that was a matter of very ancient times." Then, Naga Daphne told the relevant information. Probably in the era of the Holy Demon War, their ancestors were still natural elves. In that war, their ancestors were bewitched by the evil Dark Titan, and their blood was also eroded by evil forces, causing their bodies to mutate. After a long period of evolution, finally, they became the current Naga clan. In addition, the Dark Elves also appeared in that era. However, they are different from Naga. The Dark Elves were influenced by the Dark Goddess. Until later, the Dark Goddess abandoned the Dark Elves, which directly led to the Dark Elves becoming a faithless race. Dark Titan, Lin Yu was a little surprised. "I didn't expect that in addition to Thunder Titans and Storm Titans, There were also evil dark titans. Angelica on the side explained, "My lord, during the Holy Demon War, some intelligent races did betray their faith and threw themselves into the arms of the Void Demon. Among them, some titans were also included. They sank into the power of the devil and even chose to abandon the origin of thunder. In the end, they turned into dark titans, betrayed the 10,000 Worlds camp, and joined the devil. So that's it." Lin Yu suddenly realized that he knew the origin of the Dark Titan. Then, Lin Yu looked at Naga Daphne again and asked more secrets about the Naga clan. Naga Daphne also knew everything. Facing the god of faith, she had no reservations. From Daphne, Lin Yu also learned that a long time ago, the base camp of the Naga tribe was not on the dark forest, but in the sea further south. They established their own kingdom in the ocean. There are even sea tribes loyal to them. Occasionally, fishermen would see them, and for various reasons, they were called evil banshees. The reason why they ran to the dark forest. Because with the prosperity of the dragon tribe, they ruled the 36 islands in the bay, which resulted in them being unable to protect their own sea area and had to choose to migrate with their entire tribe. As for why they didn't go to the deep sea, that's because the deep sea is the territory of Medusa. Although Naga and Medusa look very similar, both have human bodies and snake tails, the two races have no relationship at all. The Medusa tribe, who claim to have the blood of gods, is very arrogant and unwilling to accept these evil banshees, so in the end, the Naga tribe was forced to flee to the dark forest. It can only be said that this is a group of banshees full of tragedy. Lin Yu felt that he had an absolute obligation to save them. Let these banshees lie freely in the sea they longed for in the future. But in general, the situation of the Naga tribe is better than that of the dark elves. At least they were not expelled to the cold, damp underground world where even the sun could not shine. Therefore, Lin Yu had to save another race. After a while, the bone dragon was also brought over. As soon as it came close, the huge holy level peak bone dragon knelt on the ground without ambition, and begged for mercy to Lin Yu and Secretarian in fear. "I beg you not to kill me. I will be very obedient. Don't worry, I won't kill you. Instead, I will give you a chance." While speaking, Lin Yu grabbed the void and grabbed the super artifact, the Origin Scepter. Then he used the Origin Scepter to draw the power of creation in his body, burning the power of faith, and finally produced a mysterious energy that enveloped the bone dragon in front of him. Chapter 262. The dead tree was covered in dust, and the dead tree was covered in dust. Just when Lin Yu used the power of creation to influence the saint-level bone dragon, the three local superpowers in the dark forest also made a big move. To the north, there is a mighty army of undead. They are crossing mountains and marching at a high speed. There are more types of undead in the army than the undead creatures that appear at night. Even in this army of undead, human figures can be seen. Each of them holds a staff, wears a uniform black robe, and has a golden immortal flower embroidered on their chest. The immortal flower grows on the road to the underworld and never withers. The immortal flower is embroidered on the chest robe, which means that they belong to the dark forces and symbolizes their desire and pursuit of eternal life. They are elementalists of the evil camp. Most of them are necromancers, and a few are dark mages. The rich region is the territory of the Church of Light. Many local human professionals who believe in evil gods have been besieged, and some have fled into the dark forest and surrendered to the Lich King who rules the Holy Temple of Bones. In addition to these human elementalists, there are also many races of undead elementalists in the army. They all have the power of the dead. Under their control, this mighty army of undead rushed through the jungle at an astonishing speed, and their bodies were more agile and swift than wild monsters. At the same time, they consciously drove the wild monsters towards the direction of Heaven Town. Above the undead army there are thousands of figures standing. They are all powerful creatures. The lowest level has reached the extraordinary level, and there are more than 100 holy creatures. The leader is the Lich King. It sits on the bone throne made of the bones of unknown creatures, and is shrouded in thick undead mist, making it look like a ball of black mist. Both mysterious and terrifying. "Your Majesty," a black-robed figure stood next to the bone throne and asked. The bone dragon did not return all night, and no news came. Could something have happened? This is an old human dark wizard. The level has reached the early stage of demigod. He surrendered to the Lich King not because the Lich King has such a strong personality charm, but because the Lich King controls his soul. Liches are best at playing with souls. Many years ago, when he was still a holy level, he became a servant of the Lich King. Due to his outstanding talent and the help of the Lich King, He was promoted to the early stage of demigod. At the same time, he is also the second strongest person in the Bone Temple. It was probably killed by the group of angels, the Lich King said in a gloomy voice. Since early this morning, I can't sense its soul breath. I think it is dead. But it doesn't matter. I already know where it disappeared last. That must be the location of the Paradise Town. The voice just fell. The Lich King suddenly exclaimed again, seeming very surprised. The dark old wizard beside him asked, Your Majesty, did you find anything? The Wizard King said, It's very strange. Its soul breath has obviously disappeared, but now it appears again. Wait, it seems to be gone again. The dark old wizard was immediately confused. The Lich King seemed a little embarrassed. After a moment of silence, he said, This time it has completely disappeared. And the place where it disappeared is not far from where it last appeared in the early morning. Don't think too much, just lead the army to kill? Yes, Your Majesty the Great Lich King. The old dark wizard waved the staff in his hand, releasing the powerful power of the Dark Law, further increasing the marching speed of the undead army. Last night, the undead army had already assembled and set out. After a night of marching, the undead army was less than 600 kilometers away from Lin Yu's Heaven Town. It seems very far away, but it will take at most a few hours to arrive. At the same time, in the southern area of the dark forest, a very shocking picture appeared. There were huge waves sweeping across the blue sky, and the clouds in the sky were swallowed by the huge waves and became the nutrients of the huge waves. Whether you look at it from a distance or up close, it looks like a sea has lost its gravity and appeared in the sky. And you can clearly see too. In the surging waves, countless figures stood. At the head were the Nagas with human bodies and snake tails, densely packed and countless. Behind them, there were also a large number of fishmen holding various weapons. Mersmen are a kind of sea race. When the Naga tribe fled to the dark forest, they also took a group of fishmen from the sea. After years of reproduction, whether it is Naga or fishmen, the scale of the race has increased many times. This is an army of millions. Among them, the number of Nagas accounts for 30%, and the rest are all fishmen. It can be seen that the reproduction speed of fishmen is faster. In front of the surging waves, there are also huge ships, each of which is armed to the teeth and loaded with a large number of magic cannons. This is a war weapon built by the Naga Kingdom. The huge ship does not have the ability to fly. However, the Nagas can ride the waves in the blue sky, which indirectly allows the giant ships to fly in the sky. Compared with the elven flying boats and goblin airships, the giant ships of the Naga clan are also a different approach. Your Majesty, in front of the big waves, on the deck of the largest warship, there stood a group of Nagas holding tridents. They were all women. The Naga clan, which inherited the blood of natural elves, also had no male creatures. However, although the Naga clan lost the mother tree of elves, they also evolved the ability to reproduce. And it is asexual reproduction, being both a father and a mother. Just like the blackfin shark in the Sea of Blue Star. It can reproduce even without males. A powerful Naga said, the mark on Daphne's body reappeared after disappearing for a few hours, and it has been staying in the same place. It is very likely that she has been captured and imprisoned by the strong men of Paradise Town. This is good news, the Naga Queen said. She wore a crown and had a beautiful face. She wore exquisite armor and held a trident with a golden light. The scales of the snake tail of ordinary Nagas are dark green. The scales on the snake tail of the Naga Queen are dark purple, which blooms with a strange and dreamy luster under the sunlight, and has a sense of divinity. Hearing the words of the Naga Queen, the other Naga strongmen on the deck also agreed. At least the person is not dead. When the mark disappeared before, they all thought that Daphne was killed by the angel of Paradise Town. In comparison, being imprisoned is good news. After all, as long as they can capture Paradise Town, they will have a chance to rescue Daphne. Lock the location of the mark and speed up. Yes, Your Majesty. In the sky, huge waves rolled and swept the clouds. Soon, the army disappeared in the distant sky. Chapter 263. The battle was over, and the battle was over. To the east of the dark forest, there is also a large army, and the lineup looks even more fantastic. At a glance, above the blue sky and in the jungle, there are dense figures of natural elves. In addition to natural elves, there are a large number of unicorns in the sky. Each unicorn rides a powerful natural elf on its back. In addition, you can also see the figures of elf dragons and fairy dragons. The number is not large. Altogether, there are only more than 100. The elf dragon, with a green body and a huge body, controls the power of nature. Fairy dragons are colorful, slightly slender and small, and overall look half the size of elf dragons. Elf dragons and fairy dragons are both pure-blooded dragons. But they do not belong to the dragon faction. They belong to the camp of the natural elves. Similarly, on the backs of the elf dragons and fairy dragons, there are also a large number of natural elves, all fully armed and looking heroic. In the camp in the sky, there are also slender and exquisite flying boats, more than 300 meters long and dozens of meters wide. There are dozens of magic cannons on both sides. This is the elf flying boat, a famous war weapon of the natural elves. They are guarded in the camp of the unicorn army and fly towards the distant sky at a high speed. In addition, in the jungle below, many huge figures can be seen, and the number is several times more than the unicorns in the sky. From a distance, they look like giant trees that can move. If you look closely, you will find that they have hands and feet, and even human faces on the main trunk. They are tree people. Tree people are the guardian tribe of the natural elves. Like natural elves, tree people are also created by nature and the goddess of elves. The original tree people were derived from the mother tree of elves. With the evolution of time, under the assimilation of the natural elves, some ancient trees also began to evolve into tree people. In addition, the natural elves also master the natural magic that can forcibly transform ancient trees into tree people. However, this natural magic is very profound. Generally, only natural elves with extremely high talents can comprehend it. In general, Elf Garden has 4 main legions, namely the Natural Elf Legion, the Unicorn Legion, the Elf Flying Boat Legion, and the Treeman Legion. The number of elf dragons and fairy dragons is too small. It does not even reach the scale of a small legion, and it is not considered a main force. At this moment, in one of the elf flying boats, in the hall with exquisite decorations and clusters of flowers, dozens of beautiful figures are gathering. They are some of the high-level people in the elf garden. At the lowest level, they are also saint-level strong men. The elf queen Bernina, sitting on the throne at the top of the hall, is a demigod. In addition to her, there are 2 demigods in the hall. One is a beautiful woman wearing a very bright flowery long dress, with bright golden pupils. But her body is not a natural elf, but a fairy dragon. The other is the ancient great elf Doris, who is the focus of all eyes. Lord God, the elf queen Bernina, wearing an exquisite crown, looked at Doris with a smile and said, "Your arrival is something worthy of celebration by our elf garden clan. Unfortunately, it is a time of war now. We can only wait until the war is over before holding the most noble welcome ceremony for you." Doris said calmly, "The ceremony is not important, I just want to end this war as soon as possible." The elf queen Bernina said immediately, "With the help of Lord God, I believe we can destroy the paradise town with a war." Hearing this, Doris immediately raised her eyebrows and glanced at Queen Bernina. This elf queen seemed to be confident. Doris thought for a moment and said, "The strength of the paradise town is not weak. Not only does it have a large-scale angel army, but it also has the famous war weapon Angel City. Especially yesterday, it took only 1 day for the army of the Paradise Town to capture the Mountain Giant Kingdom. It highlights the terrifying war power of the Angel Army in Angel City. Does Your Majesty have a way to deal with it?" The elf queen Bernina did not doubt him and said, "We have joined forces, with a total of 8 demigods and nearly 1,000 saints. Strong. If you can't capture the Paradise Town even with this, then I can't say anything." 8 demigods? Doris showed a surprised expression. "Yes," the elf queen nodded and said, "the Bone Temple and the Naga Kingdom each have 2 demigods, and our elf garden has 3 demigods." Hearing this, Doris immediately glanced at the hall, found that in addition to the elf queen, there was only the demigod whose body was a fairy dragon. Could it be that the 3rd demigod of the elf garden is hiding in the dark? Seeing the puzzled expression on Doris's face, the elf queen immediately felt that this ancient elf was a little dumb, and hurriedly said, "Lord God's messenger, our 3rd demigod is you." "That's indeed 3. Doris came back to her senses. She had forgotten herself. It was because she had not yet fully integrated into the role she played. Here, the elf queen Bernina said again, "This war involves not only our 3 forces, but also the Warcraft tribe of the Dark Forest. Compared to our intelligent races, the Warcraft tribe does not have a fixed territory. Their members are scattered in various areas of the Dark Forest. Among the Warcraft tribe, there is also a demigod strongman named Adonis. Who is a fire-breathing dragon beast with dragon blood and powerful strength? I contacted it last night, and reached an agreement with it. It is willing to command a warcraft tribe of the Dark Forest and the army of wild monsters to attack the Paradise Town with us. This is good news. Ancient Great Elf Doris showed a brilliant smile on her delicate and charming face. She didn't expect that even the warcraft tribe would join the war. It was equivalent to the powerful forces of the entire Dark Forest uniting together. When this war is over, Paradise Town will definitely become rich. In addition, after dealing with these powerful forces, the only ones left in the Dark Forest are some weak local intelligent races, which are easy to clear out. In other words, her Lord of Holy Light will be able to use this war to directly become the true ruler of the Dark Forest. At this time, opposite, the elf Queen Bernina sat on the throne. Seeing the smiling Lord God's messenger, she also smiled. It feels like the good days of the elf garden are coming. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 264. The battle was over, and the battle was over. Just as the armies of the three local superpowers were heading towards Paradise Town, the island chat channel also became abuzz. It was because the army of the three forces was so large that they could not be hidden at all, nor could they avoid the sight of the lords and combat professionals in the Dark Forest. They directly spread the news to the island chat channel. From this point, it can be seen that the island chat channel still has strategic significance. War has come again. I saw the undead army like the ocean crossing the mountains and ridges, and there were also a large number of undead strongmen in the sky. It was obvious that their target was Lin Yu's Paradise Town. Our team also accidentally discovered the army of the Elf Garden in the east of the Dark Forest. The ground was full of tree people, and there were a large number of unicorns in the sky, and even elf dragons and fairy dragons. I have to say one thing, those elves are really beautiful. If I can marry one back home as a wife, I will have no regrets in my life. No matter how beautiful the elves are, they can't compare to angels. The angel belongs to Master Lin Yu. Do you want to die or are you dreaming? Let's talk business. My territory is located in the south of the Dark Forest. I also saw the army from the Naga Kingdom. They flew through the sky riding huge waves. It was so shocking. I saw it too. There are Nagas, fishmen, and huge ships passing through the sky. The scene is as shocking as it can be, just like a movie. It is obvious that the three local superpowers, the Bone Temple, the Elf Garden, and the Naga Kingdom, could not sit still after learning that the Mountain Giant Kingdom was captured by the Angel Army. They dispatched their armies with the intention of jointly capturing the Paradise Town. Lin Yu is in big trouble. Yesterday I was still speculating whether this would happen, but I didn't expect it to become a reality this morning. I don't know if Lin Yu's Angel Army can withstand this wave of war. If it were any other Lord professional, they would definitely die. But Lin Yu, it's hard to say. After all, who doesn't know how strong Lin Yu's Paradise Town is? Anyway, this war is basically the final battle of the Dark Forest. If the three forces win, Lin Yu will be eliminated, the Angel Army will become a bubble, and our professionals will continue to grow. If Lin Yu wins, he will be the only overlord of the Dark Forest. When the kingdom is established, we professionals in the Dark Forest will also usher in spring. At this time, suddenly, a combat professional sent a message. What camp should we stand in? Should we help Lin Yu or the three local forces? What kind of camp should we stand in? What level are you at to participate in such a war? When you arrive at the battlefield, do you think you can be a cannon fodder? But in fact, you don't even have the qualifications to be a cannon fodder. We don't need to help anyone. We don't have the strength. Just wait for the war to end. Agree. I hope that Boss Lin Yu can win. If he is gone, I can't buy equipment and potions. By the way, the batch of potions that Lin Yu put on the shelves before were really good. With the help of potions, our team successfully killed a level 7 Lord boss and made a lot of money. Lin Yu actually started selling potions? Damn it, why am I always the last person to know the news? The potions that Lin Yu put on the shelves should have caused a big storm in the island chat channel. After all, pharmacists are rarer than blacksmiths. When most of the Lord professionals didn't even have their own blacksmiths, Lin Yu had already started selling potions, which was a very exaggerated thing. However, The potion storm was completely overshadowed by the event of three super forces joining forces to besiege the town of Paradise. At this moment, almost all the professionals on the island are waiting for the latest news, including the Alliance Lords, Top Lords, and many high-level lords in the Great Alliance Channel. They are also waiting for the end of this war, because this war will write their future. Is it to look forward to the position of Island Lord again, or to be a younger brother to Lin Yu? It all depends on this wave. Paradise Town, Territory Square. Lin Yu looked at the ashes floating in front of him, his face dull. He actually failed? He used the power of creation to burn the mysterious energy generated by the power of faith, and soon after he wrapped the bone dragon at the peak of the holy level. The bone dragon turned into ashes with a scream. Not to mention the bones, even the soul disappeared completely. This caught him off guard. Naga Daphne, who was standing not far away. She broke out in a cold sweat and carefully moved to the side. It was not until the eight-winged angel Elena glanced at her that she stiffened her body and dared not make any small movements. Secretarian, who is always elegant and steady. When he saw the ashes all over the sky, he couldn't help but twitch his mouth, and then he quickly explained, "My lord, the strength of the bone dragon must be too weak, so it can't withstand the power of your creation. I will catch the Lich King later for you to continue the experiment. It doesn't matter whether the Lich King is caught or not." Lin Yu frowned and said, "I just think that this bone dragon died a little too suddenly." While speaking, he cast his eyes on the exquisite and lovely angel of love, Shirley, and asked, "With your current strength, is there any way to revive it?" In addition to being good at spreading love, the angel of love is also good at healing and resurrection magic. In the magic column of the angel of love, there is a magic called Light of Redemption, which can revive dead creatures. However, the bone dragon is a peak saint level creature. The level of the angel of love, Shirley, is only the late saint level. It is not certain whether it can be resurrected. Angel of love Shirley shook her head and said, "My lord, the bone dragon is a pure undead creature, and the light of salvation cannot revive it. If it is another race, it will not be a big problem." Lin Yu suddenly felt a little regretful. He wanted to experiment a few more times to accumulate experience. At this time, Secretarian on the side suddenly said, "My lord, why don't you try to create the law of time with the power of creation and reverse time?" Hearing this, Lin Yu's eyes lit up immediately. He forgot about this. That makes sense. Lin Yu did not hesitate and waved the super artifact origin scepter in his hand again. At the same time, the power of creation in his body also led the power of faith to burn rapidly. Under Lin Yu's control, he began to create the law of time. The most amazing function of the power of creation is that it can create things out of thin air, even things that Lin Yu has never seen. In this, the mystery of the universe is involved. However, Lin Yu does not know this yet. He only knew that the power of creation was omnipotent. Soon, after burning a huge amount of faith power, the law of time was created by Lin Yu. He immediately used the scepter of origin to control and reverse the time in the area where the bone dragon was. In an instant, the space-time in that area was distorted, and strange light flowed. The flying ashes in the sky seemed to be pulled back together quickly. Gradually, a huge phantom of the bone dragon appeared. Then it quickly condensed under the effect of the law of time, and finally successfully resurrected. Seeing Lin Yu and Angelica, the bone dragon knelt down without ambition, and begged for mercy in great fear. "I beg you not to kill me, I will be very obedient," Lin Yu said. "You have already said this sentence just now, Bone Dragon." Chapter 265. The bone dragon was in a state of panic, and the enemy was in a state of panic. Without waiting for the bone dragon to think more, Lin Yu waved the super artifact, the origin scepter, in his hand again. He used the power of creation to burn the power of faith and envelop the bone dragon. The bone dragon was imprisoned in place by the powerful lock power of Secretarian, and the power in his body was completely sealed. He had no way to resist and could only watch his body undergo strange changes. It could clearly feel the undead power in its body was transforming towards holiness and light under the influence of a terrifying power. Even its body and soul were being forcibly transformed. The difference was, its body and soul seemed a little fragile and could not withstand that kind of power. It was constantly dissipating with the transformation. About 5 seconds passed. The bone dragon disappeared again, turning into gray fog. Its terrified and desperate wails remained in the square of the territory. Failed again, but it was different from the first failure. After this failure, Lin Yu showed a smile on his face. because this failed experiment gave him valuable experience. Whether it was the power of creation, the power of faith, or the super artifact, the origin scepter in his hand, he had a deeper understanding. Sure enough, practice is the only criterion for testing truth. Only after experiencing failure can we open the door to success. Lin Yu was in a good mood and waved the origin scepter again, burning the power of faith to create the law of time. Soon, the time in the area where the bone dragon disappeared was reversed by him again. In this process, Lin Yu also had more insights into the mystery of the law of time. Lin Yu had a feeling he would be able to master the law of time soon. At that time, he would no longer need to use the power of creation to burn the power of faith, and he could directly reverse time and master other more powerful abilities of the law of time. This seems incredible, but it is not surprising. Other creatures who want to comprehend the law can only slowly comprehend the power of the law in years of closed-door practice, and whether they can sense the law between heaven and earth is still a question. Some demigods want to comprehend new laws, but they have never succeeded in their lives. On the other hand, Lin Yu, he directly creates and applies the law. In these two processes, all the mysteries of the law are clearly displayed in front of him. Just like learning from a book. The speed of comprehension and mastery is naturally many times faster than others. After a while, the bone dragon was resurrected again. Just like before, it knelt on the ground and begged for mercy from Lin Yu and Angelica in great fear. For it is the protagonist. It didn't know that it had been resurrected twice. Its memory and all other traces remained at the time when it just saw Lin Yu and knelt down to beg for mercy. This is time travel. Here, Lin Yu once again waved the super artifact, the origin scepter. This time, he was more careful and cautious, and more experienced. Under Lin Yu's micro-control, the white skeleton of the bone dragon gradually began to emit a faint white light, which was a sacred light. At the same time, the soul of the bone dragon and the dead magic in its body also began to undergo a huge transformation. The dead power in the soul is disappearing rapidly. But it is not turning into nothingness, but into sacred power. The dead magic in its body is also transforming into the power of holiness and light. The bone dragon, who personally felt the changes in his body, suddenly opened his mouth wide and could not close it for a long time. If it were a dragon with flesh and blood, then now, it must have widened its eyes, with an expression full of disbelief. Death be upon you. It is an undead creature, but it is actually on the path of holiness and light. What virtue and ability does it have? Oh no, this is fucking a ghost. How could such a thing happen? The most important thing is, once the transformation is successful, it is no longer an evil and dark creature. It is an undead embracing holiness and light. If it meets the Lich King in this identity, the Lich King will surely smash it into bone slag. In the eyes of creatures of other races, it is still an undead. In the eyes of the undead, it is an alien. Doesn't it have to be beaten up wherever it goes? Please stop. Don't, the bone dragon screamed at Lin Yu in fear. I don't want to become a creature of light, I am an evil undead. The highest underworld is my destination. I want to become the god of death, I don't want to embrace the light. Quack, Lin Yu slapped it. This slap hit the soul directly, knocking the bone dragon unconscious. Then, Lin Yu continued his transformation plan. Time passed quickly. The armies of the three forces continued to approach Paradise Town, from the north, south, and east. In addition, the Warcraft clan also made a big move. Under the command of the fire-breathing dragon beast called by the elf queen Bernina, the Warcraft in the Dark Forest also gathered towards the direction of Paradise Town. The number is not large. Altogether, there are only nearly 10,000. But you have to know that the lowest level of Warcraft is extraordinary. In other words, this is nearly 10,000 extraordinary and saint-level strongmen. Its powerful war power is enough to rival or even surpass any local superpower in the Dark Forest. If it weren't for the fact that the territories of the monsters were too scattered. In addition to their fire-breathing ancestors who didn't care about anything and only knew how to sleep, the superpowers in the Dark Forest would definitely not be 4, but 5. In addition to the monsters, there are also groups of wild monsters like the ocean, which are also driven here by them. That horrible scene is many times more terrible than the previous beast tide. Obviously, after learning that the Mountain Giant Kingdom was captured by the Angel Army, Charizard Beast couldn't sleep. Not only did he accept the invitation of the Elf Queen Bernina and come out of the mountain in person, But he also mobilized monsters and wild monsters to fully cooperate with the armies of the three forces to prepare to capture Heaven Town in one fell swoop to eliminate the angel troubles. For the native creatures of this world, the arrival of the angel clan is no less than the invasion of the demon clan. If we don't do our best to encircle and suppress it, this world will be suppressed by the faith flags of the angel army. All intelligent creatures will become servants of the sacred and bright faith. Just when the war is about to come, Lin Yu's transformation plan was finally successfully completed. The bone dragon that appeared in front of him at this moment no longer had the breath of the undead. Its body was as white as jade. Its bones were made of white jade and exuded divine light. The magic fluctuations released from its body were also sacred and bright attributes, no longer possessing the slightest coldness and evil. It was obviously a skeleton undead, but it gave people a very holy feeling. The conflict and contradiction in it were extremely strong. Chapter 266. The King of the World, the King of the Earth. Praise you, the great Lord of Holy Light, your servant Oster greets you, the Supreme One, may the Holy Light always be there, may the Lord be eternal. Bone Dragon Oster knelt in front of Lin Yu with great reverence. Under the sunlight, its white jade-like bones exuded a faint golden glow, and it looked much more upscale than before. Moreover, it was more pure than the local believers in the territory. Because it was created by Lin Yu. Without Lin Yu, there would be no it now. From the moment it was created, its soul, body, faith, and even everything belonged to Lin Yu. Lin Yu is its creator. And it also called itself a servant, worshipping and loyal to Lin Yu. Lin Yu closed his eyes slightly at this time. He ignored the bone dragon Oster who was kneeling in front of him. He was recalling the mysterious feeling of the successful creation just now. The creation mystery contained in it made him indulge in it. I don't know how long it took. Lin Yu finally finished his perception and opened his eyes. A bright smile appeared on his face. This time, he gained a lot from transforming the bone dragon. It gave him a deeper understanding of the power of creation, the power of faith, and the law of time. In addition, there is the power of holiness and light. He also touched the mystery of its law. When he was at the saint level, he mastered the domain world of holiness and light attributes, plus the amplification of the top-grade upper artifact, holy glory armor, he wore. This also made him realize the law of holiness and light more deeply this time. It's just that the consumption of faith power is a bit high. This time, the transformation of Bone Dragon Oster directly consumed 1% of the faith power in his body. 1% may not seem like much, but you have to know that he carries all the faith power of the Mountain Giant Kingdom and the Titan God for many years, which is a very large volume. 1% consumption is very amazing. However, this is also related to the fact that Bone Dragon Oster is a peak saint level creature. The consumption of transforming powerful creatures is naturally large. In addition, Lin Yu is doing this for the first time, and he is not proficient and cannot master the overall situation, resulting in a lot of meaningless loss of faith power. Lin Yu believes, the next time he transforms a creature of the same level, the consumption of faith power will be much less. And if it is to transform ordinary undead creatures, it will be even simpler. If I transform a few more times, I may be able to master the laws of holiness and light. If I reverse time a few more times, it is possible to comprehend the law of time. Lin Yu is very happy and very satisfied with this transformation. Then, he turned his eyes to the Bone Dragon Oster, whose whole body was crawling on the ground, and checked its information panel. Bone Dragon Oster, level, early demigod, alignment, holy and light, growth potential limit, middle god peak, introduction. This is an undead creature transformed by the power of creation. While transforming into a holy and light creature, it has gained extraordinary growth potential. It has a bright future. Looking at the information of Bone Dragon Oster, Lin Yu couldn't help but show a trace of surprise on his face. After this transformation, the level of Bone Dragon Oster actually broke through the peak of the holy level and became a demigod who mastered the power of the law. This was something he didn't expect. What he didn't expect was that the growth potential of Bone Dragon Oster actually surged to the level of the middle god peak. This is comparable to the eight-winged angel. In layman's terms, this is a carp leaping over the dragon gate and soaring into the sky. For Bone Dragon Oster, it was a reversal of fate. I never thought the effect of the power of creation is so amazing. Under the power of creation, a bone dragon that originally only had the potential of a demigod actually has the potential of a peak middle level god. It can be said that it has been reborn. This terrifying improvement made Lin Yu want to use the power of creation to transform himself. Get up, Lin Yu raised his hand. After Bone Dragonaster stood up carefully, Lin Yu said again, from now on, you are no longer a bone dragon of the undead clan. I give you a new title, the Holy Temple Dragon, praise you, great lord of holy light. The Holy Temple Dragonaster immediately saluted with great excitement. And at this moment, a message from Floating Island of 10,000 Worlds suddenly appeared in Lin Yu's mind. Congratulations, Lord Lin Yu. In view of the fact that you have created a new creature, you will be rewarded with 100,000 gold coins, 10,000 points of honor, and 100,000 points of reputation. Your glorious deeds will resound throughout the island. There is actually a reward? Lin Yu was a little surprised. Compared to such a great feat as creating new creatures, the rewards given by Floating Island of 10,000 Worlds are actually not much, but it is better than nothing. Lin Yu habitually keeps himself in a good state of mind. There is no stinginess in secretly criticizing the rules of the floating island. At the same time, the relevant world announcement also appeared in the chat channel on the island, which shocked countless combat professionals and lords for a while. Fuck, creating new creatures, has boss Lin Yu become so awesome? Very curious, what new creature did Big Brother Lin Yu create? Did he cooperate with his angels to give birth to half-human, half-angel baby? The above brother has a unique perspective, but it is basically impossible. Even if he wants to give birth, the speed can't be so fast. We humans have to be pregnant for 10 months to give birth. The analysis makes sense, but when I think of the half-human, half-angel baby, I can't help but envy Big Brother Lin Yu again. Brothers, I just asked the floating island, Big Brother Lin Yu did create a temple creature, but how exactly the same thing? The floating island didn't tell me. Holy temple? Heroes of might and magic, goddamn heroes of might and magic, this is the floating island. For some reason, I suddenly had a hunch that the holy temple creatures created by Big Brother Lin Yu this time are related to the holy light undead mentioned by someone before. What do you mean? Big Brother Lin Yu has mastered the method of transforming undead creatures into holy light undead. Fuck. If this is true, then undead lords and dark lords like me will be saved. I must surrender to Big Brother Lin Yu. So he transformed all my undead soldiers into holy light undead. I want to become a member of the temple camp. Count me in. Grand Alliance channel. A top lord suddenly appeared and cheered. Brothers, from this moment on, my Death Knight Corps has a bright future. Praise Master Lin Yu. I remember you were not like this before. You once angrily said that we, the Lords of Light, were the lackeys of Master Lin Yu. It's different now, but I still like your rebellious look. Chapter 267. The sky is full of trees, and the sky is full of trees. Paradise Town. Lin Yu glanced at his personal information. With a reward from the floating island of 10,000 worlds, this time, he has more than 60,000 honor points and nearly 600,000 reputation points. As for gold coins, it has reached about 4.5 million. Among them, it includes the harvest from last night's night battle, as well as the equipment, drawings and potions sold today. Another group of angels can be summoned. Then, Lin Yu turned to his secretary Angelica and said, "Get ready. I have received news that the armies of the three superpowers have approached within 400 kilometers of our territory. There are a total of 7 demigods and nearly 1,000 saint-level strongmen. As for the number of extraordinary creatures, it is more than 20,000. The enemy is very strong. Don't underestimate it." "Yes, my lord," Angelica obeyed respectfully. Lin Yu said, "This war is related to the future fate of my Paradise Town, and no accidents are allowed." Angelica said confidently, "My lord, don't worry, our angel army will suppress all the invaders and become the ultimate winner of this war." "Very good," Lin Yu nodded. Angelica also retreated at Lin Yu's signal. The 8-winged angel Elena and the angel of love Shirley also retreated respectfully, and took away Naga Daphne and the glorious Holy Dragonaster. They also wanted to join the battle. Especially the Holy Dragonaster, who had already stepped into the realm of demigod. He was qualified to participate in the battle of the peak powerhouses. 7 demigods, 2 from each of the 3 forces, and 1 is a magic beast. Compared to the number of demigods in my territory, there's even 1 less. Up to now, Lin Yu has 8 demigods under his command. In other words, even if he does not step onto the battlefield in person, in the peak contest of the demigod level, Heaven Town is enough to suppress those super forces. Even Angelia alone is likely to sweep the entire field. Secretarian's combat power has exceeded the scope of what normal people can understand. Even Lin Yu can't figure out how strong Secretarian's true power is. In Lin Yu's eyes, Secretarian is like a bottomless pit. It seems that he can use terrifying killing moves to suppress the enemy at any time and anywhere. And from beginning to end, Secretarian has been calm and steady, which also gave Lin Yu great confidence. It seems that with Secretarian, all problems are not problems. Of course, there is also me. I am also a demigod now, mastering the laws of thunder and power. With the protection of the top-grade upper artifact, the Holy Glory armor, I can be said to be invincible on the battlefield at the demigod level. Even if the 7 demigods of the enemy focus on attacking me, they can't hurt me at all. I can participate in this war. From the time he landed on the floating island to now, Lin Yu, as a Lord professional, has never participated in a battle seriously. Because he himself lacks combat experience. The previous level was not high enough. It is difficult to guarantee his absolute safety on the battlefield. In case of danger, he has to rely on angels to save him. It's different now. He put on the Holy God armor, and his defense is invincible. Even if he stood there motionless and let the enemy demigods besiege him, he would be unscathed. In this case, he felt that he could go into the battlefield to show off. He also hoped that through this war, he would learn how to fight. Of course, it would be even better if he could use the power of creation in the battle to help himself comprehend and master new laws. You go too, Lin Yu said to the Holy Lady of Light Tiffany, who was standing behind him like a maid. After joining my territory, it's different from before. Before, you needed to practice in seclusion to improve your realm. Now you don't need it. As long as you kill a strong enough enemy, your level will advance by leaps and bounds. You have the potential to grow into a true god, and it will be easy to become a god on the future. Hearing Lin Yu's words, Holy Lady of Light Tiffany was immediately surprised. She immediately said, "Praise my lord, I will work hard to improve myself on the battlefield and serve you in a better state." Lin Yu smiled and nodded. After the Holy Lady of Light Tiffany left, Lin Yu also went straight back to the Lord's Hall. He communicated with a floating island of 10,000 worlds with his mind and opened the summoning black hole. 4.5 million gold coins can summon a large angel legion with full strength and 5 medium angel legions. Originally, I had 6 large angel legions and 5 medium angel legions under my command. With this wave of summons, it's just enough to gather 8 large angel legions, and I can summon 2 more 10-winged angels. Along with Lin Yu's muttering, the summoning black hole showed that starlight. There were white and dark red, representing angels from different camps. Soon, a full-scale angel legion flew out of the black hole. The first to fly out was the Holy Angel Legion. Then came the Fallen Angel Legion. Then, one after another, high-ranking fallen angels dragged huge hell 3-headed dogs out of the black hole. In just a blink of an eye, the spacious Lord's Hall was crowded with angels, tens of thousands of them. But that was not all. Due to the lack of space in the hall, more angels retreated to the territory square outside. This time, Lin Yu summoned nearly 80,000 angels in total. So far, the total size of his angel army has successfully exceeded 400,000. Praise you, the great Lord of Holy Light, Supreme Creator. In the hall, all the angels saluted Lin Yu with great respect, and their golden and blood-red eyes showed their admiration and enthusiasm for Lin Yu. Get up, Lin Yu raised his hand with a smile. He was just about to say something inspiring. Just then, a brilliant golden light burst out from the summoning black hole. Lin Yu looked up and immediately saw 2 beautiful figures with a golden light flying out of the summoning black hole. They had the same shape and breath. Even their faces, hair color, and expressions are exactly the same. As if they were carved from the same mold. Lin Yu's eyes also lit up. Of course, it's not because they are twin angels, but because the angel suit they wear is different from all other angels. They hold a gun in one hand and a shield in the other. And whether it's the angel's gun, the shield in their hands, or the angel armor they wear, the color is pure gold, as if it is made of gold. This shape is similar to the goddess of war and wisdom Athena in Western mythology. Not surprisingly, they are all new special angels. And they are special angels of the 10-wing level. Chapter 268. The 2 of them were so close that they had to face each other. Praise you, great Lord of Holy Light. It is our honor to be summoned by you. In the Lord's Hall, 2 special angels with dazzling golden lights saluted Lin Yu respectfully, and their shining golden eyes were filled with enthusiasm and admiration for Lin Yu. They really look so much alike. Uniform golden armor, golden spears and golden shields. Their figures and faces are exactly the same. Behind them are 3 pairs of snow-white angel wings and 2 pairs of flowing wings emitting holy light. From a visual perspective, even Lin Yu couldn't tell the two of them apart. However, Lin Yu can use the connection of faith to distinguish who is who. At this moment, the personal information of the 2 special angels also appeared in Lin Yu's vision: 10-winged angel, type, war, initial level, saint level peak, growth potential, middle god peak, possessed combat skills, blessing of courage, aurora gun, war melody, twin war song. Introduction. War angels are special angels who are good at all areas related to war. In the eyes of war angels, war is the best way to clear the dark and evil forces. In the external battlefields of the angel clan, they are never lacking. They have powerful combat power and firm faith. War angel, Lin Yu smiled. So far, he has 4 special angels under his command. They are war angels, punishment angels, angels of love, and craftsman angels. Each angel has its own field of expertise. Compared with the angels of the orthodox faction, they do have their own unique features. The disadvantage of special angels is that there are too few of them. The angels of the orthodox faction are on a scale of trillions, which is far beyond the reach of special angels. Even the 4 18-winged archangels of the God's realm and the 3 18-winged fallen archangels of hell are all angels of the orthodox faction. To a large extent, special angels serve the angels of the orthodox faction. They assist the orthodox angels to build a harmonious and powerful God's realm. Lin Yu looked at the 2 identical war angels and asked, "Do you have a name?" The 2 war angels shook their heads immediately and looked at the Lord of Holy Light with expectation. Obviously, they all hope to be named by the Lord like those lucky angels. This will be their greatest honor. Lin Yu sighed secretly. Without a name, it means that they were just born from the angel reincarnation pool. Unlike Vivian, who is in charge of the angel city, she is an old 12-winged angel who possesses the power of the Lord God. Unlike Gladys and Sylvia, they are also demoted from their own status. However, it does not have much impact. Newborn angels can also be cultivated. For example, Aida and Sally have been cultivated by him from the lowest 2-winged angels to the 6-winged angels with high status. Lin Yu thought about it. Then he said to the 2 war angels, "From now on, your names are Ophir and War. Since they look exactly the same, let's have the same surname. This way it will be easier for him to remember." "Praise my Lord," war angels Ophir and War said excitedly in unison. "Your favor will guide us to chase the horn of war. In the name of Holy Light, judge all heresies." Lin Yu nodded slightly. "Go, lead your legion to participate in the upcoming war. I hope to see you 2 have amazing performances on the battlefield." "Yes, I will not let the Lord down." The 2 war angels retreated respectfully. Not only did they speak in unison, but they also moved in unison. It was as if they were one person. Lin Yu looked at their backs with perfect S-shaped curves, and his expression was a little strange. "I didn't expect that there were twins among the angels. Angels were born in the reincarnation pool. Born as energy bodies and sacred creatures. There is no so-called blood inheritance. However, angels who look exactly the same are also rare. At least Lin Yu has summoned hundreds of thousands of angels, and this is the first time he has encountered such a situation. I have to train the twins well in the future. After all, they are special angels of the 10-winged level. As long as they can go one step further, they can step into the 12-wing level, comparable to the 3-level seraphim, archangel, and cherubim of the orthodox faction. I believe that when they become 12-winged angels, their combat effectiveness will also increase dramatically. Lin Yu has every reason to suspect that once Ophir and War step into the 12 wings, their strength will likely surpass the war-type 12-winged archangel. In view of this, it is indeed worth cultivating well. After that, Lin Yu also left the Lord's Hall. As soon as he came outside, he saw an extremely shocking picture. Hundreds of thousands of angels gathered in the sky. Densely packed, like an ocean of angels. The scale is so huge that it can be said to cover the sky and the sun. These hundreds of thousands of angels were under the command of the Great Secretary Angelia. Under the order, they were organized into small-scale angel legions, 500 in number, and flew towards the 4 walls of the territory in unison. Then, more than 2 million elite soldiers of the territory climbed onto the walls. These soldiers were all fully armed. Even the dark elves born from the dark elf mother tree were the same. All of them were equipped with equipment. However, These were not the entire war strength of Heaven Town. In addition to the soldiers, a large number of magic weapons were loaded on the four walls of the territory. Energy cannons, and all of them have reached advanced levels, which can kill extraordinary professionals. Just a magic cannon army is enough to give the invaders a head-on blow. In addition, there is the famous Angel City. And it's not just one. At this moment, there are two pure white angel cities floating above the territory. They are all covered by the distorted space. The three angel cities, originally built by the craftsman angels, will be completed by tonight. However, due to the war's arrival, the craftsman angels, led by Carol, stopped the construction of the other two angel cities on their own initiative and devoted all their efforts to engraving angel runes for one angel city. After rushing and hurrying, it was finally completed half an hour ago. So far, Lin Yu's Paradise Town has two angel cities that can enter the battlefield. The participation of the second angel city can definitely be regarded as a fatal blow to the three local superpowers. Even if the Warcraft tribe gets involved, they can't make any big waves. Chapter 269. The Great Lord of Holy Light. Just as Lin Yu was about to go to the city wall for inspection, a beautiful figure suddenly appeared in front of him. This figure, wearing a dark purple dress, had a delicate and beautiful face and a well-proportioned figure. She was an impeccable beauty. However, her body looked a little illusory. Just like the consciousness projection of the 12-winged angel Vivian. Lin Yu looked puzzled. He didn't remember that he had such a believer under his command. The figure said quickly, "Reporting to my lord, I am the spiritual wisdom of the Dark Elf Mother Tree." Lin Yu suddenly realized Angelica once told him. When the angel army conquered the Dark Elf tribe, she saw the spirit of the Dark Elf Mother Tree. At that time, the spirit of the Elf Mother Tree had the combat power of the holy level. Of course, this was when it transformed into the Eternal Tree Guard. Later, the Dark Elf tribe was destroyed. Dark Elf Mother Tree was transformed into a military construction blueprint. From that time on, the spirit of the Elf Mother Tree has never appeared again. Lin Yu also used his spiritual consciousness to try to establish contact with the spirit of the Elf Mother Tree, but the response he got was intermittent, and sometimes he couldn't get in touch. He always thought that because of the mutation, the spirit of the Elf Mother Tree had a problem. It might even be impossible to manifest again. But he didn't expect. This time she suddenly appeared. It really surprised Lin Yu. "You just recovered to your original state." "Yes, my lord," the spirit of the Mother Tree of the Elves explained. "When I was transformed into a military construction blueprint, my intelligence was also greatly affected, and I was in a state of semi-confusion and semi-sleeping, until yesterday. You upgraded my body to level 10, and my intelligence also revived." Speaking of this, the spirit of the Mother Tree of the Elves showed a very excited expression again, and compared to the past, "I am now more powerful, and I already have the power of a demigod. If I transform into an Eternal Treeman Guard, then my combat power will be comparable to that of a peak demigod. This is something to be happy about." Lin Yu smiled and nodded. He had no reason not to be happy that he suddenly had a peak demigod under his command. The only regret is that this peak demigod cannot be used unless it is absolutely necessary. Because once the Dark Elf Mother Tree transforms into an Eternal Treeman Guard, it can never change back, and it can no longer breed Dark Elves. This loss is not small. Lin Yu said, "Do you want to participate in this war?" "Yes, my lord." The spirit of the Mother Tree of the Elves nodded and said respectfully, "Even if I don't use my body, I have the fighting power of an ordinary demigod. Now, a strong enemy is coming. As your servant, I have the obligation to protect your territory, so, I beg you to give me a chance to join the war." Lin Yu thought about it and said, "It's a good thing that you have such awareness. I allow you to participate in this war, but remember not to put yourself in a dangerous situation, so as not to affect the Mother Tree." "Praise the Lord, I will be careful." The spirit of the Mother Tree of the Elves immediately assured Lin Yu that she would pay attention to safety. Whenever she receives a danger signal, she will choose to return to her body as soon as possible. As long as she is not too far away, her return to her body is just a matter of thought. Another point is that since her body has experienced a series of events such as death, transformation drawings, resurrection, upgrade, etc., the causal relationship between her and her body is actually not deep. Even if she perishes on the battlefield, it will not affect the Mother Tree's breeding of Dark Elves. This change is actually good news for her. because the smaller the cause and effect involved. In the future, it will be easier for her to break away from the body and gain freedom. She doesn't want to be a mother tree that can only breed elves all her life. Since she joined the Lord of Holy Light, she has had higher and more ambitious pursuits and dreams. She wants to become a powerful true god and fight for the Lord of Holy Light in all realms. Then go. This is also the last large-scale battle in the Dark Forest. It's a rare opportunity. Yes, my lord. The spirit of the mother tree of the elves did not hesitate. It immediately turned into an aurora and disappeared in original place. Lin Yu also went to the city wall of the territory for a walk. Not long after, Big Lolly C10 used the teleportation array to teleport back to the territory from the ruins of the Giant King's capital. After devouring hundreds of thousands of mountain giant corpses on the battlefield, Big Lolly C10's level was directly promoted to the realm of the middle stage of demigod. The quote "if I can taste the taste of God, the immortal flower is a younger brother in front of me" is really not covered. If you have food, you will become stronger. This is the outstanding talent of Big Lolly C10. And now, the immortal flower is already a younger brother in front of Big Lolly C10. The relationship of Sister Hua and Sister Teng may need to be reversed. When thinking about this, a message prompt from the floating island of 10,000 worlds suddenly appeared in Lin Yu's mind. Congratulations, Lord Lin Yu. The demon plant immortal flower you planted has reached adulthood, and the ability to sign a master servant's contract has been unlocked simultaneously. Good things happen one after another. Lin Yu immediately felt that today was a good day. A series of good things came one after another, making him smile brightly. He immediately went to the spiritual field. However, what he saw was not the immortal flower that was more than 20 meters tall. But it was a delicate girl wearing a golden dress, with long golden hair and an oval face. Master, seeing Lin Yu, the girl screamed excitedly. In a blink of an eye, she threw herself into Lin Yu's arms and rubbed against him like a kitten. Lin Yu was stunned. What's going on? Could it be that the immortal flower has also been promoted to the demigod realm? After all, demon plants are like monsters. Only when they enter the demigod realm can they transform into human form. It's like the Big Lolly C10. You evolved. Lin Yu remembered that the growth potential of the immortal flower was the peak of the saint level. The girl nodded her head vigorously. Her waist-length hair was a dazzling golden color, just like gold. The girl said, "When the master left the spiritual field space yesterday, I suddenly seized the opportunity to evolve, and with the help of Lady Angelica, I finally succeeded in achieving bloodline evolution. This is beyond my expectation." Lin Yu rubbed the girl's head. The soft golden long hair was messed up by him. But the girl was very happy, blinking her golden eyes and looking at Lin Yu. It's not easy. Sister Hua finally waited for this day. Chapter 270. The more the enemy fought, the more they fought, including the immortal flower. Lin Yu already has 11 demigods under his command. They are the Great Secretary Angelica, the 8-winged angel Elena, the 6-winged angels Aida and Sally, the mountain giant King Vaughn, the light Saint Tiffany, the Big Lolly C10, the immortal flower, the temple dragon Oster, the spirit of the elf mother tree, and the ancient great spirit Horus. 11 demigods, fighting against the 7 demigods of the enemy forces. It can almost be said to be a crushing defeat. This is because Lin Yu is not counted. If he is included, there is no solution. Such a terrifying development speed, even I find it a little unbelievable. When he attacked the mountain giant kingdom yesterday, he only had 2 demigods under his command. In the blink of an eye, the number increased to 11. This made Lin Yu sigh with emotion. Once this information is transmitted to the chat channel on the island, it will definitely shock the tens of millions of professionals. After all, this is too shocking. If the Lich King, the Naga Queen, and the Elf Queen knew about it, they would probably lead their army back home directly. Forget about a fight to the death. They have to find a way to escape from the dark forest as soon as possible. A little later, they will become Lin Yu's meal and be eaten by Lin Yu. Unfortunately, the rulers of these superpowers have no chance. Looking at the delicate dog-like cheeks of the blonde girl in his arms, Lin Yu reached out and rubbed her head again, smiling and saying, "From now on, your name is Baor, the immortal flower." Baor nodded vigorously. She liked this name. In front of the master, she is Baor. In front of the vine, she is Sister Hua. A moment later, the familiar 9-pointed star array appeared again. With the alternation of light and the completion of the contract, the immortal flower, Baor, became Lin Yu's second magical demon plant, The kind that can be stored in the body. Let's go. Lin Yu took the girl's hand and left the spiritual field space. After returning to the territory, as expected, the immortal flower, Bayor and the big lolly, Si Teng met. But there was no spark friction as imagined. The two were like a pair of good sisters who had not seen each other for a long time. They hugged each other when they met and laughed very happily. But when Lin Yu left, the world was instantly quiet. A lolly and a young girl stared at each other with unfriendly eyes. Sister Teng, long time no see. Sister Hui, you are as fat as I imagined. The immortal flower Bayor was stunned for a moment. How did this vine tell that she was fat? She is obviously plump. Okay. Time passed quickly. In the blink of an eye, it was 2 or 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Lin Yu hugged the angel of love surely and had a good nap. Just now, there was news that the enemy's army finally arrived near his territory. The armies of the 3 local superpowers arrived almost at the same time. To the north, there was the undead army of the White Bone Temple. To the east, there was the elf camp army of the Elf Garden. To the south, there was the water army of the Naga Kingdom. As for the west, there was no enemy army. Because the west was once the territory of the Mountain Giant Kingdom, it has now been occupied by Lin Yu and belongs to his territory. Although the local strongholds in this area have not been cleared out, those local creatures do not have the courage to attack the Heaven Town. Soon, Lin Yu came to the wall of one of the angel cities. 2 figures appeared behind him at the same time. One is the elegant secretarian. The other is the master of the angel city, the 12-winged angel Vivian. My lord, the 12-winged angel Vivian said respectfully, the enemy army has arrived. Should we send out the angel city immediately to defeat it? No hurry. Lin Yu waved his hand and said, our combat goal is not to defeat the enemy, but to catch them all in one fell swoop and pave the way for the subsequent capture of the entire dark forest. Letting them escape will only affect our subsequent combat plan. After thinking for a while, Lin Yu said to Angelica, tell the demigods in the territory to restrain their aura and not scare the enemy away. Yes, my lord. Angelica Leah immediately passed on the Lord of Holy Light's order. Demigods need to hide. Saint-level warriors do not. Because in comparison, the 4 forces have more saint-level warriors. In the case of outnumbering, they have no reason to flee without a fight. Lin Yu continued, after the enemy forces enter the battlefield, we will attack with all our strength. Let those angels remember to release the divine war shackles and seal the battlefield at the first time. Understood. Angelia nodded. The 12-winged angel Vivian on the side was a little impatient. There has been no war in the divine domain for tens of millions of years. These holy angels, at most, go to hell to play with fallen angels and those hell monsters. And not every holy angel has the opportunity to go. Take Vivian for example. She has not known what war feels like for thousands of years. As a war-type 12-winged angel, she has been suffocated for a long time. She didn't enjoy the attack on the mountain giant capital before, because Secretary Un was worried that she would kill all the mountain giants in the capital, which would affect the Lord of Holy Light's acceptance of believers. This time, she had to vent. Although she didn't go to the battlefield in person, bombarding the enemy army could barely satisfy her little desire. In the distance, the armies of the 3 superpowers. All of them were stationed about 50 kilometers away from the Heaven Town. They didn't get closer, because they were worried about being bombarded by the magic cannons of the Heaven Town. And the main force of the Warcraft clan had not arrived yet. They needed to wait a little longer. In the clouds of the sky, more than 10,000 figures had gathered. Among these figures, the lowest level was the extraordinary level, and there were hundreds of strong people at the saint level. In addition to them, the demigods of the 3 forces were also here. Ancient Great Elf, sitting on the bone throne. The Lich King, who was shrouded in black mist, exclaimed uncontrollably when he saw the ancient Great Elf Doris in the elf camp. The black-robed old wizard beside him and the Naga Queen and others on the other side also showed extremely surprised expressions. The ancient Great Elves are legendary existences. They are rarer than elemental elves. At least there are elemental elves in this world, and there are more than one. But the ancient Great Elves have never appeared in the world. Looking at the pair of dazzling wings of law behind Doris, the Lich King's soul was shaken. He has studied all the races in this world, but he has never studied or even contacted the ancient Great Elves. For a moment, he was a little overjoyed. Doris also sensed the excited eyes from the Lich King. The corners of her charming and slender eyes narrowed slightly. She said inwardly, "I will kill you later." If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 271. The old man was very angry, but the old man was very angry. On the other side, the Naga Queen holding the golden trident frowned imperceptibly. The appearance of a demigod-level ancient elf in the elf garden is not good news for them, Naga Kingdom. The ancient elves, like the elemental elves, are the darlings of the laws of heaven and earth. Compared with the relatively single elemental elves, the ancient elves can comprehend multiple laws. It will be easy to ignite the divine fire and become a peak demigod in the future. In the future, the elf garden, with a peak demigod sitting in it, will put a lot of pressure on the Naga Kingdom. Although the ancestors of the Naga clan are also elves. But this did not make them gain the favor of the natural elves. On the contrary, the natural elves, like the dark elves who were hostile to the underground world, were hostile to the Naga clan, and regarded them as banshees of the evil camp. Their existence was to taint the pure blood of the natural elves. In the dark forest, the Naga Kingdom and the elf garden were in hostile relations. The ally of the Naga Kingdom was the Bone Temple, where the Lich King sat. Originally, when the news of the destruction of the Mountain Giant Kingdom was known, the Naga Queen was very happy. Because without the help of the mountain giants, the elf garden was alone in the dark forest. They no longer had to fear the elf garden. As a result, in the blink of an eye, an ancient great elf suddenly appeared in the elf garden. This made the Naga Queen a little depressed. It seemed that the plan to suppress the elf garden could not be realized. Similar thoughts flashed through the mind of the Naga Queen. She didn't think about it anymore. Because now, she and the Elf Queen have a common enemy, that is, the Paradise Town, located dozens of kilometers away. The Lich King also shifted his gaze at this time. He no longer showed excessive desire for the ancient great elves. If it does not destroy Paradise Town, and destroy the angel army there, it may not even be able to save its own life, let alone study the wings of law of the ancient great elves. At this time, the three rulers all cast their eyes on the distant Paradise Town. As demigod-level strongmen, they can clearly see the scene in Paradise Town. For a moment, all three of them took a deep breath. No wonder the Mountain Giant Kingdom can't resist the attack of the angel army, the Lich King said in a low voice. Inside the Paradise Town, there are hundreds of thousands of angels. And unlike the legend, there are not only holy angels, but also evil angels exuding the breath of the underworld. Even the gods in the battlefield of all realms do not know the information of the fallen angels. The races and creatures in the small floating island world are even more unclear. The Lich King can only define the fallen angels in Heaven Town as evil angels based on the aura emanating from his body. Hundreds of thousands of angels, among them are high-ranking 6-winged angels, 8-winged angels, and even 10-winged angels. It is indeed easy to capture the Mountain Giant Kingdom. The Naga Queen also had a solemn expression and said, as the legend goes, the angels have mastered terrible faith magic. They not only destroyed the giant kingdom, but also forcibly transformed those mountain giants into slaves of faith. You can see that there are nearly 1 million mountain giants in the Paradise Town. They were all citizens of the giant kingdom before. Now, they have all become believers of the Lord of Holy Light. The elf Queen Bernina also said in a heavy tone, if we don't destroy the angel army and destroy this territory, we and even other intelligent races in this world will end up like this. We must win this war, otherwise, our world will usher in a doomsday. While speaking, the elf Queen Bernina's eyes turned to the dark elf mother tree standing in the center of Paradise Town, which was hundreds of meters high. In addition, she also saw the dark elf army in the territory. Her first reaction was disgust. But soon, the elven queen's eyes became complicated again. Compared with the Naga, the natural elves hate and despise the dark elves who have joined the evil and dark camp more, but at the same time, they have sympathy and pity. It can be said that it is love and hate. When the fire-breathing dragon beast arrives with a magic beast army, we will launch an attack on the Paradise Town. In addition, the elf Queen Bernina reminded the Lich King and the Naga Queen again, saying, don't touch the dark elf mother tree in the territory, it belongs to our elves. The Lich King looked over and said with some dissatisfaction, what does the mother tree of the dark elves have to do with your natural elves? The war hasn't started yet, and they are thinking about dividing the spoils. Besides, it also wants to study such a tall dark elf mother tree. It has to be said. The Lich King is very persistent and obsessed with pursuing the truth and essence of things. If it is placed on Blue Star, it will definitely make a great achievement. Elf Queen Bernina said, dark elves and our natural elves have the same roots. Since they appear on the surface, they naturally belong to our elves to deal with. I will take this dark elf mother tree to the elf holy land and ask Her Majesty the Queen to remove the evil and dark forces in its body. Your Majesty, don't bother, ancient great elf Doris said indifferently. I can handle this kind of thing. Elf Queen Bernina smiled and said, then I'll trouble the Lord God. Yes, Doris nodded lightly and proudly. This scene fell into the eyes of Elf Queen Bernina, but did not cause dissatisfaction. Ancient great elves. It is normal to be a little arrogant. Even if you enter the Elf Holy Land, in the Far East, the ancient great elves will be treated as guests of honor, and the Elf Queen will also respectfully call them Lord God. At this time, Queen Naga suddenly exclaimed. She said puzzledly, Queen Bernina, didn't you say there is an angel city in the town of heaven? Why can't I see it? Hearing this, the Lich King also hurriedly searched around. Such important information, it actually didn't remember. However, after a careful search, it didn't see the legendary angel city. They didn't know that just tens of kilometers away from them, there were two huge angel cities floating in the sky, and Lin Yu was on the wall of one of the angel cities, looking down at them. This is because the space around the angel city was forcibly distorted by the great secretary Angelia. Even the demigods couldn't find it. Chapter 272. The old man was buried in the grave. I don't know, the elf Queen Bernina shook her head. She didn't find any trace of the angel city. However, she said seriously, this is the last message King Von gave me before the Giant King was captured. It can't be false. The angel city must exist, and maybe it is hiding somewhere now. Speaking of the mountain giant King Von, the elf Queen Bernina felt very sorry. The mountain giant kingdom was destroyed, and King Von's life and death were unknown, which made her a little sad. For her, King Von was a good collaborator. Since forming an alliance with King Von and gaining the support of the mountain giants, the Elf Garden no longer fears the threats from the Bone Temple and the Naga Kingdom. The peace of the Dark Forest has lasted for hundreds of years. Now, it is uncertain whether King Von will live or die. And the mountain giant kingdom has been destroyed. Countless mountain giants were captured by the angels and became believers of the Holy Light. This means that the balance of the Dark Forest has been broken. Even if they can win the war this time, destroy the Heaven Town, and eliminate the threat posed by the angels, the Dark Forest will enter a turbulent period. There is no guarantee that the Bone Temple and the Naga Kingdom will not take this opportunity to jointly invade our Elf Garden. For the Elf Queen, this is a very bad thing. We have to be careful, the Queen of Naga said. Angel City is the war weapon of the angels. It is famous in the universe and has swept countless worlds. Even if our army is larger, we can't be careless, right? The Lich King also nodded. Among the three rulers, it is the most afraid of the angels. It is afraid that it will fall into the hands of those angels and be purified directly. At this time, the old wizard in black robes seemed to have discovered something. He exclaimed uncontrollably. Then he said in a hurried voice, Your Majesty, look over there, isn't that the bone dragon Oster? It is still alive, and it seems to have experienced a shocking change. Oster, the Lich King looked over in the direction of the old wizard in black robes. The Queen of Naga and the Queen of Elf Bernina were also very curious. Soon, a scene appeared in their vision, which froze their expressions again. The two queens stared with their eyes wide open. Their faces were full of disbelief. They saw that on the east wall of Paradise Town, there stood a bone dragon that was more than 100 meters long, and its body was wider than the wall of Paradise Town. Its two front paws grasped the edge of the wall. Its tail hung on the back of the wall and swung back and forth, just like a happy pet. Of course, this is not the point. The point is that the body of this bone dragon is completely different from other bone dragons. Other bone dragons have gray-white bones, which exude a sense of coldness and death. In contrast, the body of the bone dragon Oster is as white as jade, flawless, and even a holy glow can be seen emanating from it. At this moment, the bone dragon Oster does not feel like a dead spirit at all, but has a sacred breath. Oh my god, the Lich King was horrified. Those angels actually transformed Oster, a dead creature, into a creature of the light camp. This is simply unbelievable. They are so brave, the old wizard in black robe said. Transforming the dead into bright creatures is to go against the god of death and dig into the corner of the underworld, although now, this corner is very small. It will not cause any harm to the entire underworld. However, once a large number of bright dead appear, the impact will be great. After all, the destination of the dead is the underworld. If the dead are gone, won't the underworld be empty? If you lose your job, what do you want those gods of death to do? Go shopping and buy bags? The old wizard in black robe has absolute reason to believe. If the gods of death in the underworld find out what these angels are doing, they will definitely fight with him. If he were the god of death, he couldn't help it. The Lich King took a deep breath and said, I just want to know how those angels did it. According to common sense, such a thing is impossible. Even the immortal gods don't have such power. The old wizard in black robe had no way to answer the Lich King's question. After all, if he knew, he would not be a mere demigod. Angels, as a mythological race, have swept across the world and oppressed the heavens. It is not surprising that they have such means. If your majesty wants to know what methods the angels use, can't you just catch a few angels and ask them later? I do want to, the Lich King said secretly. It has never wanted to study the angel race. But the question is, does it have this opportunity? I don't know why. It suddenly didn't have much confidence in this war. It seemed to be shocked by the shocking means of the angels. Holy light undead. The corners of the elf queen Bernina's rosy mouth twitched slightly. This incident did not shock her as much as the Lich King, but she still felt like she had seen a ghost, as if her cognition had been strongly impacted. At this time, she turned her head to look at the ancient great elf Doris beside her. The Lord of God does not seem surprised. She saw that Doris's expression was very calm. Doris said indifferently, even the angels have descended into this world. What is a mere holy light undead? After all, it is not the dark goddess who has been transformed. Hearing this, the elf queen Bernina immediately felt that it made sense. She thought that as expected of an ancient great elf, her mentality was more stable than that of ordinary people. How could she know? Doris was not stable in her mentality, but in her heart, the great Lord of Holy Light was omnipotent, and there was no need to be surprised by any incredible things he did, just fanatically worship him. Half an hour later, dense black shadows appeared in the distant sky. The leader was a huge monster with a level of demigod, followed by nearly 10,000 holy and extraordinary monsters. Behind them, there were countless flying wild monsters. And the mountains and jungles on the ground have become a sea of wild monsters. Wherever they passed, the mountains were in turmoil. Countless ancient trees were knocked down, just like an earthquake. That scene was countless times more shocking than the beast tide of the previous 2 days. Adonis and his army of monsters are here. The elf queen Bernina said immediately, it's not too late, launch an attack on the Paradise Town immediately. Focus on attacking the walls of the Paradise Town. Only by destroying them can our army rush in. Chapter 273. The Lich King and the Naga Queen nodded. They all knew that the territory of the Lord of the Otherworld was protected by the supreme rules. No attack is allowed before the town. After the town, you need to destroy its walls before you can kill your way in. Before the walls are destroyed, even demigods like them have no way to enter the territory of the Lord of the Otherworld. This is the rule. On the contrary, their local power bases are different. Even if the walls are not destroyed, the legions of the Lord of the Otherworld can cross the walls and attack the inside of the base. This seems a bit unfair. But it is also a means of balance. Just because their local forces are the rulers of this world. The lords of the other worlds have only been here for a short time. If there were no similar protection, they would have been destroyed by their local forces long ago. If there is anything to blame, blame the rapid development of Paradise Town. This forced these super forces to join forces to start a war. The Lich King said, we can't fight with the legions of Paradise Town outside. That will only make them stronger and stronger. The soldiers of the lords of the other worlds can be upgraded by killing enemies. The longer the battle lasts, the more likely they are to be promoted to a higher realm. It is also more disadvantageous for us. That's right, the Queen of Naga also agreed. Then she said with great emotion, the supreme rules are too caring for these lords of the other worlds and those combat professionals. If we had this ability, we would have been promoted to the peak demigods long ago. The elf queen Bernina was also very envious of this. She also wanted to master this ability to quickly improve her realm. Unfortunately, this ability does not belong to their local forces. No need to sigh. If there is no such ability, those professionals may not be able to achieve success even if they are given 100 years. Hearing this, the Naga Queen and the Lich King both nodded. Their local forces have ruled this world for who knows how many years. In terms of strength and foundation, they are far from being comparable to those professionals from other worlds. Only special means can quickly narrow the gap between the two camps. But in general, their local forces still have the absolute advantages of heaven, earth, geography, and people. Heaven Town is just a special case. Or it is a cheat that should not appear at all. What are you waiting for? At this time, a roar like thunder came. Launch the attack immediately and end this war as quickly as possible, so that the king can go back and continue to sleep. The thunderous roar came from far away. It came close in an instant. It was a huge monster with fiery red scales all over its body and a lion-like head. Along with its giant-like panting, hot golden flames can be seen spewing out of its mouth and nose, burning and crackling the air. Fire-breathing dragon beast, worthy of its name. In addition to the semigod-level fire-breathing dragon beast, there are nearly 10,000 holy level and extraordinary level monsters flying over. And the sky not far away is even more densely packed with bird-like wild monsters, covering the sky and the sun. Such a lineup. The three rulers couldn't help but take a breath of cold air. In the past, they didn't think how strong the magic beast family was. Because the magic beast's territory is scattered. Usually, at most, only dozens of magic beasts can be seen gathered together. Now, the magic beasts of the entire dark forest have gathered here, and they have reached a terrifying scale of nearly 10,000 at once, which also allows them to truly see the true strength of the magic beast family. If it weren't for the threat of Paradise Town, they all wanted to unite and kill Charizard and the monsters behind it to prevent future troubles. After all, the local intelligent races and the monsters are hostile forces. They are used to fighting each other in life and death. It is common to see strong local forces fighting monsters in the mountains and forests. This time, it was also because the enemy was the legendary angels that Charizard and the monsters were forced to cooperate with them and besiege Paradise Town together. If it was the orcs from the west who invaded, these monsters would never appear here, let alone join forces with them. After greeting each other, Elf Girl Wang Bernina said, "Our four forces should not appear in the same battlefield area, so as not to hurt friendly forces. It just so happens that the town of Paradise has 4 walls, and we can attack one side each without disturbing each other. It's like the Bone Temple Legion under the Lich King. Either undead or evil. If they are in the same battlefield, whether they release evil elemental magic or emanate undead and dark power, they will affect the elves belonging to the good camp. Not to mention other things, the combat effectiveness will definitely be weakened to a certain extent." "I object," the Naga Queen frowned and said. "We think we should concentrate our efforts on attacking one wall, so that we can destroy it as quickly as possible." The Elf Queen Bernina said, "The walls of the lords of the other world are different from the walls of our homeland. There is a so-called durability. The wall will not collapse before the durability reaches 0, whether it is attacking one wall or 4 walls, the effect is actually the same. You know all this." The Naga Queen looked at the Elf Queen in surprise, and then said, "In this case, our Naga Kingdom will attack the southern wall, the Lich King. I will attack the north." The Elf Queen did not hesitate and chose to attack the eastern wall of Heaven Town. The armies of the 3 forces are now stationed in these 3 directions and do not need to change positions. Then, the 3 of them turned their eyes to the huge Charizard. Charizard rolled his eyes immediately. If its army wants to attack the western wall of Paradise Town, it needs to fly over Paradise Town. As for the wild monster army on the ground, they can only go around from both sides. That's fine. Charizard did not hesitate. He immediately conveyed the order to the magic beasts and wild monster army under his command. Soon, the mighty wild monster army split into 2 groups and began to go around Paradise Town. Looking down from a high altitude, it was like 2 tsunamis that were constantly rolling forward. The scene was quite shocking. "Let's do it too." The 3 rulers looked at each other. Then they retreated to their own army camps and led their armies to attack Paradise Town. Soon, the deafening sound of artillery fire rang out. It was the magic cannons on the walls of Angel Town, bombarding the armies of the 4 forces. At the same time, the warships of the Naga Kingdom and the flying boats of the Elf Garden were also bombarding the walls of Paradise Town. On the northern battlefield, the undead army of the Bone Temple launched a large number of undead catapults. For a moment, The walls of Paradise Town were shaking constantly. The durability value was also rapidly decreasing at a speed visible to the naked eye. On the other side, the fire-breathing old beast led nearly 10,000 holy level and extraordinary level monsters, and crossed Paradise Town from high altitude, preparing to go to the western battlefield. However, it did not find it. Just above its head, two huge angel cities were floating. Lin Yu, the great secretary Angelia, and the 12-winged angel Vivian all looked at it with indifferent eyes. It can only be said that this old beast is very courageous. Chapter 274. The sound of the explosion was deafening. Boom boom boom. Bright beams of light hit the walls of Paradise Town. That was an attack from the magic cannon. It was the Naga warship and elf flying boat that were bombarding the walls. Another huge meatball fell from the sky, and a violent explosion occurred the moment it hit the wall. This was the cannonball projected by the catapult of the undead army. It looked solid, but it had terrible explosive power. After a round of attacks, the walls of Paradise Town were almost not damaged at all, and no bricks were broken. However, this does not mean that the walls perfectly withstood the attack. On the contrary, the walls were seriously damaged. Just this wave of attacks caused the durability of the city wall to drop by tens of thousands of points. The city wall of Paradise Town is a high-level city wall with a durability of 500,000 points. It is much more defensive than fences and walls. But even so, it can't hold out for too long. Perhaps it won't be long before the 500,000 points of durability will return to zero. At that time, the city wall will instantly collapse into a huge stone ruin. In addition, during the battle, the durability of city wall cannot be repaired. After all, there is the protection of the rules of the floating island world. The invaders can only enter the territory of the Lord of the Other World by destroying the city wall. If it can be repaired in the middle, these forces may not be able to break the city wall of Paradise Town until tomorrow, and such a war is meaningless. At the same time, the armies of several forces also launched an attack. They surrounded the Paradise Town like an ocean. During this process, another terrible forbidden spell enveloped Paradise Town, causing the walls of the territory to vibrate more violently, and the durability plummeted again. Forbidden spells can generally only be released by strong people at the saint level. Different professions can release different forbidden spells. But no matter what profession the forbidden spells are, they have one thing in common, that is, they are powerful. To a certain extent, they are no less powerful than the power of opening the domain world to attack the enemy. Bang 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 bang, the east wall was hit by countless thick wooden spears. It was the Treeman army loyal to the Elf Garden that took action. Those Treemen, each of them is tens of meters tall, and they can rely on the natural elemental magic they master to condense thick wooden spears and project them over a long distance. They attacked the walls of Paradise Town from a distance of thousands of meters. Although they are wooden spears, their attack power and penetration are very terrifying. In addition, the tree people are originally a huge force race, and the wooden spears thrown by them are even more powerful. If it were the walls of the local forces, they would be pierced on the spot. Then behind the tree people army, a large number of natural elves rode unicorns and flew over. Under the control of the natural elves, those unicorns released purple lightnings one after another to attack the walls. Unicorns master the power of thunder. The unicorns on their heads are the carriers of thunder power. Because of this, the horns of unicorns are very valuable in the rich region. Not only can they be used to create top-quality equipment, but they can also be ground into powder, engraved with magic scrolls, and even prepared potions. Cooperating with the Tree People Army and the Unicorn Army to attack, there are also those elf dragons and fairy dragons. Especially the fairy dragons, which can be said to be elusive. They seem to master the power of space. They can teleport over short distances on the battlefield. In a flash, they appeared hundreds of meters away. Like almost all dragons, elven dragons and fairy dragons can also spit dragon breath and release dragon language magic, and the power is also quite amazing. In a short period of time, the various armies of the Elf Garden have already arrived at the city. And they have demonstrated extremely powerful war capabilities. To the south is the battlefield of the Naga Kingdom. The Naga army and the Fishman army directly rode the waves. The sky and the ground were full of surging waves. There were also figures of Nagas and Fishmen. While they controlled the Naga warships to bombard the walls of Paradise Town, They rode the huge waves to attack the walls. The scene was like a tsunami. If it were on Blue Star, the city would have been submerged by the tsunami long ago. On the northern battlefield, the undead of the Bone Temple directly set off a natural disaster of the undead. Countless undead creatures gathered like an ocean. There were countless species. There were weak skeleton undead, corpses, ghouls. There were also powerful abominations, headless knights, zombie lords, etc. In the sky, there were countless ghosts, vampires, bone dragons, ghost dragons, etc. Under the cover of the meatball shells of countless undead catapults, these undeads either raised their weapons or roared and rushed to Heaven Town. These scenes of war. If it were other Lord professionals, they might have fainted from fear. Thousands of meters in the sky. Lin Yu stood on the wall of an angel city, overlooking the battlefield, and said to Angelica, "It's almost time to start. I will proceed according to the original plan. In addition, kill those arrogant monsters first." For Lin Yu, those monsters, including the Charizard, dared to fly over the sky of Paradise Town. This is simply not taking his angel army seriously. Besides, since they have come under his nose, there is naturally no reason to let them go. "Yes, my lord," Angelica immediately conveyed the order of the Lord of Holy Light. Almost at the same time, the various armies of Paradise Town were dispatched. Hundreds of thousands of angels, nearly 1 million mountain giant armies, and dense forest trolls, dark elves and other territory arms, all poured out of Paradise Town. At the same time, the distorted space covering the two angel cities also returned to normal. In an instant, the two 8,000-meter-long angel cities appeared in the field of vision of all enemy units. At that moment, almost all enemy units were frightened, including the holy creatures of the four camps and even the demigods. Goddess of the Elf, is that the legendary angel clan's war weapon, the angel city? How could they appear out of thin air? I didn't see them just now, damn it. The angel city in Paradise Town has not one, but two. Many creatures on the battlefield screamed in fear. But soon, such sounds disappeared. Because the attack from the angel city fell on them. Under the control of the 12-winged angel Vivian, the two angel cities bombarded the four battlefields below indiscriminately. For a while, the armies of the four forces suffered heavy casualties. Even some holy level strongmen were hit and disappeared instantly. Chapter 275. The two of them were so busy that they were in a hurry. Go, stay away from this area. Charizard was also frightened by the sudden appearance of the two angel cities. Because the two angel cities were right above its head, the huge shadow cast down completely enveloped it. It suddenly felt extremely terrified. It was as if a disaster was about to happen. Since it was promoted to the semi-god realm, there was no power that could make it feel afraid. Daily life was to eat and sleep, and wake up and eat. So happy. But now, it felt very panicked. It wanted to stay away from the two angel cities as soon as possible. Other holy level and extraordinary monsters had the same feeling. Because the size of the angel city is really too huge, 8 kilometers long and wide, and there are two of them. Not to mention bombarding them, just smashing them down can also smash them into meat patties. They don't want to die so miserably. Soon, under the leadership of the Charizard, nearly 10,000 saint-level and extraordinary monsters flew towards the western wall of Paradise Town. However, before they flew far, the space around them was forcibly confined. The Charizard flying in the front crashed into an indestructible space barrier, making a muffled bang. This demigod-level monster was also a little dizzy. It shook its head several times before it woke up. It was immediately horrified and said, "Damn it. There are strong people who have mastered the laws of space in Paradise Town, and the space in this area is sealed. Ancestor, what should we do now?" The saint-level and extraordinary monsters asked in horror. What to do, of course, break through it, Charizard roared, and a mouthful of blazing flames sprayed towards the invisible space barrier in front of it. Flame is its specialty. In the flames it spewed, there was the power of the laws it mastered. This attack was no less than the breath of a dragon of the same level. With a bang, the golden flames hit the space barrier. It exploded into a huge flower of fire, and countless sparks were bounced back and fell on some unlucky monsters, burning them and making them scream. However, no one paid attention to them. Other monsters in the extraordinary realm retreated at the first opportunity. And the monsters at the saint level released their own domain power and attacked the space barrier together with Charizard. For them, they were now imprisoned. This was not good news. They had to escape as soon as possible. Otherwise, once the two angel cities in the sky target them, they will be trapped beasts and live targets, and they will be unable to avoid them. However, at this moment a large number of figures rushed into this space cage on their own initiative. They are all powerful high-level angels, led by the 10 winged war angels Ophir and War, who are at the peak of the holy level. The total number is about 3,000. 3,000 high-level angels are fighting nearly 10,000 monsters. Although they seem to be at a disadvantage, the angels are best at fighting across levels. Especially high-level angels. Fighting enemies of the same level is like beating up a younger brother. Throughout the entire universe, there are only a handful of intelligent races that can fight the angels on equal terms at the same level. You're here, this ancestor has eaten all kinds of races, but I've never eaten angels, just in time to taste what you taste like, Charizard roared. Immediately, he was ready to spit fire at the angels that were rushing in. But suddenly, a slender little hand appeared out of thin air, slapped it in the face with lightning speed, and directly pulled back the golden flame that was at its mouth. With a loud bang, Charizard was knocked over a dozen times on the spot. His head was buzzing. It took a long time for him to wake up. There was a trace of horror in his confused expression, and he shouted in shock, "Who hit me? Get out of here!" Stand up. However, after a long time, the real owner did not show up. But Charizard did not think he had hallucinations. After all, his face was still burning. In the distance, the war between monsters and angels had already broken out. As soon as the battle started, a large number of monsters were killed instantly by high-level angels. Especially the twins, they were simply invincible. Even when facing saint-level monsters, they shot one at a time, and could hardly find an opponent. Seeing more and more monsters being killed, Charizard was a little unsteady. After all, these monsters were all its subordinates. It looked around and found no suspicious figures. It was ready to enter the battlefield again to suppress those high-level angels. At this moment, a slender little hand came through the space again, trying to slap it again. "How dare you!" Fortunately, this ancestor was prepared, Charizard roared, and directly sprayed a flame containing the power of the law towards the hand. In its opinion, its full-strength attack would definitely burn the hand of the law that attacked it into ashes. However, the next second the slender palm actually shattered its golden flame in an instant, and then blew it on its face again. With a snap. Another slap on the face. And the slap was even more powerful. It almost cracked Charizard's skull. It screamed in pain. It was angry and terrified, as if it had seen a ghost. "Who is it?" Charizard shouted in shock and anger. "If you have the guts, stand up." It was so angry that it was on fire, and it looked like a mighty fire unicorn. It was also at this time. An elegant and beautiful figure walked out of the void not far away. It was the secretary Angelica. She looked at the furious Charizard with an indifferent expression and said, "I'll give you a chance to redeem yourself. Lower your head and kneel on the ground. My lord is merciful and may grant you eternal life. You are attacking me." Charizard bared his teeth at Secretarian, very angry. No one can make the ancestor abandon his noble dignity, not even you angels. "What level? You call yourself the ancestor of Taoism in front of me?" Angelia's voice was cold. Her slender little hand grabbed from the void and directly grabbed an angel sword burning with golden flames. At this time, the space cage suddenly vibrated. There was a strong man attacking from the outside. Charizard was first frightened by Angelia's behavior, and then became excited again, roaring, "The ancestor's helper is here. Once the space barrier is broken, it's your death." Attacking the space cage from the outside. It was the Elf Queen, the Naga Queen, the Lich King and others. When they saw Charizard being slapped twice in a row, they knew that Charizard was not Angelia's opponent. If they didn't rescue him quickly, the ancestor would most likely die at Angelia's hands. However, Charizard didn't feel happy for long. Because soon, figures flew out of the Paradise Town. And each of them exudes a powerful demigod aura. How is it possible? Why are there so many demigods in Paradise Town? Isn't that the mountain giant King Vaughn? Although his appearance has changed drastically, he can still be recognized. He is not dead? And he has become a believer of the Lord of Holy Light, and that human woman, she is the saint of the Church of Light, Tiffany. Damn it, the angels have actually reached out to the Land of Plenty. The war that is happening in the Land of Plenty must be related to the angels, the Elf Queen Bernina and others exclaimed. Seeing a large group of demigods coming towards them, They immediately felt cold in their hearts and knew that they had been fooled. Chapter 276. The Fairy Queen and others originally thought that there would be only 1 or 2 demigods in Paradise Town. It is even possible that there is not even one demigod. After all, the development of this alien world territory has been less than half a month. Half a month from nothing to the birth of a demigod. This is totally unreasonable. They had previously speculated that the reason why Paradise Town was able to capture the giant kingdom in one fell swoop was mainly due to the legendary war weapon, Angel City. However, the reality was like a slap in the face, slapping them hard. Paradise Town not only has demigods, but the number of demigods is beyond their imagination. On their side, including the ancient great elf Doris, there are only 8 demigods. On the other hand, the town of Paradise has 10 demigods. Even so, the human lord with a slender figure and handsome face standing on the wall of Angel City has not been counted. Among all the demigods in the town of Paradise, this human lord is the most frightening to them, because he is emitting an extremely terrifying pressure. This pressure has far surpassed the peak demigod, reached the realm of true god. The level of this human lord is obviously only the early stage of demigod, but he has the pressure of true god. This shows a problem. That is, he has a legendary artifact on him. For example, the platinum armor he wears. For example, the divine staff in his hand that looks like white jade. If their spiritual perception is not wrong, it means that this human lord has at least 2 artifacts on him. This discovery frightened them so much that they broke out in cold sweats. That was the legendary artifact. 2 of them appeared at once. And they were in the hands of the same person. This person's fighting power must have been so strong that it was inhuman. Even if he couldn't match the real gods, he could easily pin them to the ground. In addition, Paradise Town did have an angel city. But not 1, but 2. A large group of demigods hiding their own auras, powerful lords with at least 2 artifacts, and 2 angel cities with terrifying war power. This series of factors added together represents a truth. That is, they were fooled. Paradise Town waited for them to tire themselves out, and deliberately showed weakness, and finally dragged their army into the battlefield, and even a few of them were surrounded. This is a conspiracy. A conspiracy intended to catch them all in one fell swoop. Retreat. Retreat quickly, the Naga Queen screamed first. Charizard was trapped in the space barrier. They were now 7 to 10, and they were not in a numerical advantage. Moreover, there was a terrifying lord wearing a divine weapon looking down at them from above, which was definitely not a good sign. They had to retreat to a safe area first, and then discuss countermeasures. As for Charizard, they were now unable to rescue it. Let it die. It was not a demigod of their power anyway. After hearing the words of the Naga Queen, the Elf Queen and the Lich King's first reaction was to retreat. They did not want to be surrounded by the demigods of Paradise Town. Don't go. Save me, inside the space cage. Charizard's previous excitement had long since disappeared. Looking at the large group of figures flying out of Paradise Town, it was so scared that its scalp was numb. At the same time, it regretted it in its heart. If it had known that the hidden power of Paradise Town was so terrifying, it would never have come to interfere. Now, not only did he not have the upper hand, he was also imprisoned and could be killed at any time. In addition, nearly 10,000 magic beasts under his command were also sealed in this space. He was fighting with 3,000 high-ranking angels. Every moment, the bodies of magic beasts fell from the sky. To put it bluntly, their magic beast clan was wiped out. Perhaps after this war, there will be no trace of magic beasts in the dark forest. When he thought of this, he regretted vomiting blood. Come and save me, Charizard shouted at the Elf Queen and others outside the space barrier. If you don't save me, you will die faster. Adonis is right, save it. The hope is greater if we join forces to fight. This is the voice from the Lich King. The bone thrown under it has been collected by it. As it spoke, a pitch-black spear appeared in its hand. This is a semi-artifact. It has been nurtured by it for thousands of years and its power is extremely strong. Let's go together. The Lich King roared. The body turned into a black mist and merged with a black gun. Then he instantly crossed thousands of meters and pierced the space barrier with the tip of the gun. There was a loud bang. The space barrier did not move at all, but the black gun was bounced away. The Lich King, who had merged with a black gun, was also instantly shaken out. The black mist covering it had dissipated, revealing an extremely pale face. Seeing this scene, the Elf Queen and the Naga Queen, who were hesitating whether to take action, did not dare to move. Because when the Lich King attacked the space barrier just now, they simultaneously sensed how strong the defense of the space barrier was, which was almost indestructible. It would be difficult for all the demigods to break it together. Even if there is a chance of success, it will not be done in a short time. By then, they must have been surrounded. Go. The Elf Queen no longer hesitated and prepared to escape. At this time, she found that a blue wave had swept to the distant sky. The Naga Queen escaped faster than her. This woman, the Elf Queen, gritted her teeth in anger. At this moment, she suddenly heard another scream. Turning her head, she saw that the body of the Lich King was pierced by an emerald green dagger. And the pierced position was the heart of the Lich King. Lich is also a race belonging to the undead camp. However, unlike most of the undead, the core of the Lich is not the soul fire, but the heart. The heart is the source of the Lich's power, just like the Angel's heart of the Angel clan. The difference is that the Angel's heart is indestructible. But the heart of the Lich is the most fragile and fatal weakness. Once the heart is destroyed, the immortal Lich will also die. It's you. The Lich King turned his head stiffly. He looked at the person who backstabbed him, the ancient great elf Doris, with an unbelievable look on his face. Chapter 277. The Lich King was so angry that he was beaten. You? Why? The Lich King's expression was distorted, with anger, shock, and pain. It could sense that its heart had been pierced by a dagger, and the released power of law was trying to forcibly crush its heart. The Lich King instinctively mobilized his own power of law to protect his heart. Although it succeeded in the end, it was also seriously injured. And the intense pain made it a little unbearable. The whole body twitched. The most important thing is, it never thought that an ally in the same camp would sneak attack it from behind, and the ancient elf used the signature skill of the dark elf assassin, shadow assassination. In silence, it gave it an almost fatal backstab. Not far away, the dark old wizard, the elf queen Bernina, and the demigod fairy dragon who saw this scene were also shocked. Especially the elf queen Bernina, who was completely stunned. It was as if she was the one who was backstabbed. I couldn't believe that the scene in front of me was real. Lord God, the elf queen Bernina cried out, why did you do this? The ancient great elf Doris did not respond, and the dagger in her hand was so fierce that it directly cut open the heart and stomach of the Lich King. Then she disappeared in an instant, leaving only a residual image. Almost at the same time, a black gun pierced her residual image. This was a counterattack from the Lich King, but it did not hurt the ancient great elf Doris at all. Her sexy and enchanting figure appeared hundreds of meters away. The dagger in her hand was dripping with black blood. What a pity, Doris felt a little regretful. The dagger in her hand was just an ordinary holy weapon. If it was a top-grade holy weapon or even a semi-artifact, the Lich King would have died. Now, although the Lich King was seriously injured, he still survived her assassination, which really disappointed her. At this time, she finally looked up at the shocked people. On her beautiful face with delicate and heavy makeup, she showed a very charming smile, and said to the elf queen Bernina, Your Majesty, give up your unrealistic fantasies, you can't escape, traitor. The elf queen Bernina took a breath and said, You are the ancient great elf, the messenger of the goddess of nature and elves, and you actually betrayed your mother goddess. Mother goddess. The smile on Doris's face disappeared instantly. She said coldly, as early as after the end of the Holy Demon War, the goddess of nature and elf abandoned our dark elves. It was the great Lord of Holy Light who gave me the opportunity to become an ancient great elf, and it was also the Lord of Holy Light who guided the direction of our tribe. We don't have a mother goddess, nor do we need a mother goddess, only Holy Light is eternal. Hearing this, the elf queen Bernina was shocked and angry. What was shocking was that this ancient great elf actually came from the dark elf clan. No wonder she saw the tall dark elf mother tree and a large number of dark elves in Heaven Town. Those dark elves were led by this ancient great elf. What was angry was that this ancient great elf completely forgot the goddess of nature and elves. Like the dark elves in her tribe, she had become a believer of Holy Light. This was a naked betrayal of faith. Even among the natural elves, betraying the faith of the goddess of elves was a great sin. However, when I think of the true identity of this ancient great elf, the so-called betrayal of faith seems normal again. The dark elves no longer believe in nature and the goddess of elves. It turns out that all this is a conspiracy. The elf queen Bernina sighed, and then suddenly felt a chill. The ancient great elf has always been a member of Paradise Town. He appeared in front of her just to help Paradise Town find out about the situation of their coalition forces, and then wait for an opportunity to attack. She suddenly felt a little fortunate. Fortunately, the person who was backstabbed by the ancient great elf Doris was the Lich King. If it were her, she might be dead now. It's not that her strength is not as good as the Lich King. It's because the Lich King has a stronger vitality. She can't withstand that move backstab. Damn it, stupid elf queen, you are so stupid that you let the wolf into the house, and you didn't realize it from beginning to end. The Lich King was so angry that his heart ached. As soon as he finished speaking, he took the dark old mage and fled far away. This war can't be fought at all. They greatly underestimated the strength of Paradise Town. Now, Charizard was imprisoned in the space barrier, the Naga Queen was the first to escape, and he was seriously injured. On the other hand, the 12 demigods in Paradise Town were eyeing him covetously. If he stayed, the Lich King would have no way out. The ancient great elf Doris glanced at the fleeing backs of the Lich King and the dark old mage. She didn't chase them, because she knew that these two guys couldn't escape, including the Naga Queen who escaped earlier. Sure enough, at this time, two bright light gates suddenly appeared in the distant sky. Several figures flew out of each light gate, all of them were demigods from the town of heaven. With the help of the holy light gate of the Angel of Power, they crossed the sky and intercepted the Lich King and the Naga Queen who were fleeing to the distance. At the same time, two more figures flew towards her. They were the eight-winged Angel of Energy, Elena, and the Mountain Giant King, Vaughn. They were ready to cooperate with her to suppress the Elf Queen, Bernina, and the demigod-level Fairy Dragon. Chapter 278. The two of them were so busy that they were forced to retreat. It's over. The face of the Elf Queen Bernina changed drastically. She knew what the ultimate plan of Paradise Town was. That was to defeat them one by one. Originally, the 6 demigods gathered together. Even if the Lich King was severely injured by the backstab of the ancient great elf Doris, as long as they gathered together, there was a great probability that they could resist the siege of the demigods of Paradise Town. At worst, it was still very likely that some of them would escape. After all, in this situation, 1 + 1 is far greater than 2. But now, the Naga Queen and the Lich King escaped one after the other. This directly led to their inability to gather together. The overall strength was severely weakened. The situation now is, whether it is her, the Lich King or the Naga Queen, they are all facing a situation of 2 to 3, or even 2 to 4. Isn't this the end? Bernina, surrender, Mountain Giant King Vaughn said in a humming voice. Before this war even started, you were doomed to fail. It is fate that guides you to appear here and gives you the opportunity to embrace the holy light. Don't resist. Faith in the holy light is your best choice. Elf Queen Bernina looked at the Mountain Giant King Vaughn, who had changed drastically, and said, Your Majesty Vaughn, do you know what you are doing? You are betraying the Titan God. You are no longer the same as before. You are no longer the determined and fearless Mountain Giant King. You even abandoned the appearance of a mountain giant. Is this the fate you want? Mountain giants look like stone men, composed of countless large and small stones. At this moment, the Mountain Giant King Vaughn had a big bald head and purple skin, looking like a mutant human magnified countless times. He didn't have the temperament of a mountain giant at all. However, the Mountain Giant King Vaughn shook his head and said, Bernina, you are still short-sighted. The reason why I became like this is because I am on the road to evolution to become a Thunder Titan. Isn't this a good thing? The Elf Queen Bernina was silent. King Vaughn's words deeply stimulated her. He also made her speechless. She didn't expect that the Mountain Giant King Vaughn had already touched the Thunder Titan bloodline hidden in his body, and was expected to evolve into a Thunder Titan in the future. This is indeed a good thing. If it were her, if she had the hope of evolving into an ancient great elf, she would also choose to abandon the appearance of a natural elf. After all, the ancient great elves are at a higher level. This is the blessing of my lord. Seeing the Elf Queen silent, the Mountain Giant King Vaughn said with a fanatical expression, Bernina, nature and the elf goddess have abandoned you, because this is a broken world that is not cared for by the gods. She can't hear your call, she can't receive the power of faith you dedicate. Join us, become a believer of holy light. The great Lord of Holy Light will bring a better future to your elves. Your Majesty, the beautiful woman who was transformed from a fairy dragon whispered. Then she walked silently to the side of the Elf Queen Bernina. No matter what choice the Elf Queen makes, she will accompany the Elf Queen to the end. Elf Queen Bernina glanced at her, then raised her green eyes and looked at King Vaughn, who looked like a giant, and said, "What if I refuse to believe in your Lord of Holy Light?" Mountain Giant King Vaughn said in a deep voice, "Believe in the Lord and you will have eternal life." Understood. Elf Queen Bernina took a deep breath. The implication. Refusing to believe in the Lord of Holy Light is a dead end. This was not unexpected to her. The legendary Angel Clan was so tough on the issue of heresy that even the Mountain Giant King Vaughn, a believer of Holy Light, was deeply affected. As she spoke, an exquisite longsword appeared in the hands of the Elf Queen. Her profession was an elf swordsman. Once she reached the peak level of demigod, she could call herself a sword god. Elementalists were magic gods. However, the Elf Queen was only in the late stage of demigod now, and had not yet been able to ignite the divine fire and ascend to the peak of demigod, so naturally she was not the so-called sword god. Is this your choice? Let the natural elves, unicorns, and tree people in the elf garden be buried with you. As he spoke, an exaggeratedly large giant sword appeared in the hands of the Mountain Giant King Vaughn. Not far away, the eight-winged dark angel Elena also waved the magic wand in her hand, pouring down a brilliant rain of light to cover the area. The ancient great elf Doris disappeared out of thin air. This is the assassination state. After evolving into the ancient great elf, Doris's assassination technique has become more powerful. It almost feels like walking in the void. Even the extremely powerful demigods find it difficult to detect her figure. It is not an exaggeration to describe her as elusive. However, just when this war was about to break out, in the distant space barrier, a deafening wail suddenly sounded. The Elf Queen Bernina looked up and immediately found that it was Charizard that was screaming. It was stepped on by the incredibly powerful 10-winged angel who mastered the laws of space, and its head was pierced by an angel sword burning with golden flames. After a few screams, the famous ancestor of the Warcraft died. Almost at the same time, another dazzling golden light emanated from the 10-winged angel. This is Chapter 279. The strange changes that occurred in the space cage also attracted Lin Yu's attention. The dazzling golden light came from his secretarian. Under the cover of the golden light, secretarian, who is already elegant and noble, looked even more sacred and unattainable, with a feeling of a goddess descending to the mortal world. After killing the Charizard, Angelia's level has been promoted to the late demigod, but this is only an improvement in a small realm, and the golden light phenomenon should not appear. While talking to himself, Lin Yu seemed to have thought of something. His pupils shrank slightly. He showed a look of surprise and strong shock. Angelia has evolved again and again. Lin Yu was very incredible. There is a feeling of being dumbfounded. When she was first summoned, Angelica was only a 4-winged angel. After repeated bloodline evolution, Angelica became a high-ranking 10-winged angel. I never thought that it would not take long for Angelica to evolve again. The next level, she will be a 12-winged angel. The speed of this evolution is even faster than Lin Yu's level increase. It's like a joke. Under Lin Yu's gaze, the dazzling golden light has turned into a ball of light, covering Secretarian's elegant and beautiful figure until it is completely invisible. The evolution of bloodline takes a little time, but the possibility of failure is not high. Lin Yu is looking forward to Angelica appearing in front of him as a 12-winged angel. As for this war, it can be handled without Angelica's help. After all, he is suppressing the battlefield. He is no longer the weak lord who dared not leave his territory at will. Now he holds 2 artifacts. His own level is as high as the demigod level. Even if a true god descends, it is not an easy task to kill him, not to mention that the top strongman in this world is only a demigod. With him, there will be no accidents in this war. Bernina, surrender. The Mountain Giant King Vaughn held a big sword and gave the last warning. Impossible. The Elf Queen Bernina is also a diehard. She would rather die on the battlefield than betray her faith in nature and the goddess of elves. At the same time, she secretly sent a message to the woman in the golden skirt beside her, saying, "Nasha, this war is doomed to fail, but I can't abandon my people. I need you to leave here." "No, Your Majesty, I won't leave you alone to escape." The woman in the golden skirt shook her head. Her body is a fairy dragon at the demigod level. She has the gift of teleportation. Unless the space is sealed and imprisoned, if she wants to escape, no one can stop her. She knows what the Elf Queen means, which is to let her leave alone. "Nasha, listen to me," the Elf Queen Bernina said with a heavy expression. "After this battle, the Paradise Town will unify the entire Dark Forest, and the road to rise is unstoppable. I'm not asking you to live in disgrace, But I hope you will go to the Elf Holy Land in the Far East and report all the information about the Paradise Town to Her Majesty the Elf Queen. The threat of the Angel Clan is too great, and all the races in the world need to unite. Take advantage of the fact that the Paradise Town has not yet completely mastered the resources of the Dark Forest and destroy it in one fell swoop. Otherwise, the doomsday of all races will surely come. Nasha, now only you can pass on this message. Hearing this, the fairy dragon Nasha's cheek suddenly showed a very painful expression. Her departure means that she and the Elf Queen will be separated by life and death. This may be their last farewell. At this moment, a strange force enveloped them. The Elf Queen and Fairy Dragon Nasha felt dizzy instantly. Even their souls were being rapidly eroded by this strange force. It's the faith magic of the angels. The Elf Queen Bernina was horrified. After taking a look at the eight-winged angel Eleanor who was waving the magic wand, she pushed Fairy Dragon Nasha in shock and anger. Go, if you're one step later, you can't get away. Fairy Dragon Nasha gritted her teeth. She said take care, Your Majesty, and her body instantly turned into then. The space around her twisted. Then, the colorful and beautiful dragon disappeared. At this moment, a green dagger also stabbed over. But it stabbed nothing. The ancient great elf Doris let out a sigh, and her figure emerged from the void, with a look of great surprise on her delicate and charming face. There are no fairy dragons in the underground world. This is the first time she has seen a fairy dragon use this special talent. It can actually achieve space teleportation like a demigod who masters the law of space. It is really strong. However, she did not think much about it. She stabbed the elf queen Bernina who is standing not far away. At the same time, the mountain giant King Von also swung the giant sword wrapped in purple thunder to slash at the elf queen. A battle between demigods broke out instantly. Chapter 280. The sky was full of gloom, and the sky was full of fog. In the distant sky, the war between demigods also broke out. The terrifying power of the law stirred the wind and clouds. The sky seemed to be torn apart, and the scene was very shocking. And there were two battlefields, one in the south and one in the north. In the north, the Lich King and the Dark Old Mage were surrounded and beaten by the three demigods of Heaven Town. The participants were the Light Saint Tiffany, the six-winged angel Yida, and the Big Lolly Sea Tang. Tiffany and Yida used the sacred and light laws to collide with the dead spirits and dark laws mastered by the Lich King and the Dark Old Mage. The Big Lolly Sea Tang turned into a black-bone blood vine that was 100 meters high. Waving countless vines like tentacles, she used the power of the law to madly attack the Lich King and the Dark Old Mage. The Lich King was her main focus. Because this Lich was stabbed in the back by the ancient great elf Doris and was seriously injured. The Big Lolly Sea Tang now wanted to take the Lich King's life while he was sick. It can be seen that the Lich King's body was covered with bloodstains, and there were 2 cross bloodstains on his pale face, which looked very hideous and made him grimace in pain. In fact, the Lich King's strength is extremely powerful. The level has also reached a late stage of demigod. In its peak state, it can completely fight the Big Lolly Sea Tang and the Saint of Light Tiffany. Unfortunately now, its heart is seriously damaged. Its combat power is only about 60% of the previous one. With Yida, a 6-winged angel, joining the battle, it is no match. Even with a dark mage cooperating with it, it was at a disadvantage and was obviously suppressed by the 3 people of Yida. Damn it, if I hadn't been stabbed in the back. With a snap, another bloody mark was drawn on the body of the Lich King. It was immediately angry and furious. As a dignified Lich King, how could it have suffered such humiliation? Not far away, the Dark Mage, who was exhausted from resisting the attack of the Saint of Light Tiffany, shouted repeatedly, "Your Majesty, stop talking nonsense. Break out and escape." "You can't escape." Saint of Light Tiffany waved a staff in her hand and prayed with an extremely pious expression. "The Lord said that light will cover the world and will surely drive away the power of evil and darkness." In an instant, a brilliant holy light appeared out of thin air. When it fell on the Dark Mage, it was like being burned by the scorching sun, and he screamed in pain. This is not elemental magic. It was the secret art of the Church of Light, the Great Prophecy. The angels also have the Great Prophecy, which the 10-winged Dark Angel can master. It is also many times more powerful than this. The Great Prophecy of the Church of Light can be said to be a copycat version of the Great Prophecy of the angels. It may not be a big deal in the battlefield of the 10,000 worlds where gods are everywhere, but in this mortal world, it is an extremely powerful forbidden spell-level secret art. It only took a moment. The power of the dark law that enveloped the old dark wizard was dispelled and purified. At the same time, the great prophecy wrapped in the power of the light law directly invaded the body of the old dark wizard, severely damaged his soul, and caused him to smoke. This is the purification of darkness by holy light. Damn it! Why do you light believers always pick on me? The old dark wizard screamed and cursed. At the same time, he waved the dark staff in his hand, releasing a large-scale black fog that enveloped the entire battlefield. It can be clearly seen. A very large figure appeared in the black fog. It was a giant bird. It flapped its wings, screamed, and then swooped down on the Saint of Light, Tiffany. Projection of the Hell Phoenix, filthy underworld giant monster. Even if the real body descends, it must die, accompanied by a cold voice. The six-winged angel Yida instantly blocked in front of the Saint of Light, Tiffany, and then raised the angel sword in his hand and slashed at the Hell Phoenix. Faith Judgment, with a loud bang. A huge golden sword fell from the void. The golden sword was shining like a sacred cross. It passed through the void and instantly slashed on the body of the Hell Phoenix. This Hell Phoenix, which was condensed by the old dark wizard with the power of the law, was chopped and exploded on the spot, and turned into black air in a wailing sound. On the other side, the dark old wizard, a mouthful of blood spurted out. The two forces of darkness and light restrain each other. Whichever force is stronger can restrain the other force. At first, when he faced the Saint of Light, Tiffany, he seemed to be at ease and even had the upper hand. If it weren't for the interference of the big lolly, C10, Tiffany might not be his opponent. After all, he had already been promoted to the early stage of demigod in his early years. He is an old demigod. But facing Yida, a six-winged angel, he was defeated instantly. If it weren't for the Lich King controlling his soul, he would have run away long ago and would never have thought of fighting. After all, he is not a fool. But the key issue is that the Lich King can decide his life and death. He doesn't even dare to escape. What if he didn't die at the hands of this angel, but was killed by the Lich King? Where can he go to seek justice? Anyway, as the old dark wizard was also seriously injured, the situation of the master and servant became even more dangerous. At this critical moment, the Lich King also tried his best and opened the gate of the underworld. In the blink of an eye, a large number of top undead creatures such as bone dragons, ghost dragons, and death knights flew out of the gate of the underworld. In fact, summoning the undead is the specialty of the Lich. The undead disaster also came in this way. Among these extremely large number of top undead creatures, there is also a supergiant monster that is 100 meters high. It is dark all over, and hot magma flows on its body. Seeing this monster, the Lich King himself was stunned. It did not expect that this time when the gate of the underworld was opened, it actually summoned the legendary rock demon. The rock demon, also known as the lava troll, is also a kind of underworld troll. And both blood and combat power are higher than the three-headed dog of hell. It seems that Lord Death is not ready to accept me as his slave. Chapter 281. The two of them were in a state of panic, and the battle was over. Another battlefield. The Naga Queen holding the golden trident was also shocked by this scene. Especially the rock demon that was 100 meters tall, which not only made her marvel, but also gave him a surprise. After all, the Lich King has a way. He can even summon the legendary underworld giant rock demon. And his level has reached the amazing peak of demigod. Your Majesty, we are saved. On the battlefield, another demigod of the Naga Kingdom was also very surprised and said, with the help of this peak demigod level rock demon, we will definitely be able to break out. The Naga Queen said, it depends on whether the Lich King is willing to rescue us. The demigod Naga was silent. She and the Naga Queen were in a more difficult situation than the Lich King, because they were facing the siege of the four demigods of Paradise Town. If they were not careful, the two of them would be suppressed. And the ones besieging them were the immortal flower, Baor, the six-winged power angel, Sally, the temple dragon, Oster, and the dark elf mother tree spirit in an illusory state. The four demigods were all in the early stage of demigods, but their combat effectiveness was higher than that of the same level. It was not a problem to overwhelm the Naga Queen and the two. Originally, the two of them were running the fastest, but they were intercepted by the demigods of Heaven Town, and immediately besieged. If there is no external rescue, the two of them will not be able to escape. Now, the Lich King has actually summoned a rock demon at the peak of the demigod, which also gives them hope. But whether they can get rescued depends on whether the Lich King is kind enough. At this moment, a roar resounded through the world, tearing apart the clouds within a radius of tens of thousands of meters. From the rock demon that was 100 meters high. With its appearance, the temperature of the world seemed to have risen by dozens of degrees. In the jungle below, there were patches of trees withering at a speed visible to the naked eye. At this time, it stretched out its arms, roared and roared to the sky. It seemed to be venting. It also seemed to be promoting its terrifying power that could dominate the world. It's really earth-shaking, and its roar is like thunder, shaking the mountains in all directions. Finally, I've arrived in this world. Although it's just a mortal plane, it's better than staying in the underworld, and with this plane as a springboard, it's easy to enter the battlefield of all worlds. But first, I have to find Bakvis's body. Bakvis is the real name of the body of the god of death. It's obvious. This rock demon is not an ordinary rock demon. Either it came by lowering its status, or it possessed the body of the demigod rock demon with divine thoughts, thus achieving a cross-plane arrival. I smell the breath of war, there is a strong smell of blood, and a disgusting breath of holiness and light, the rock demon whispered, with a hint of hatred in his eyes. These underworld creatures hate the power of holiness and light the most. At this time, it followed the induction and cast its gaze towards the Lich King on the battlefield, and said indifferently and arrogantly, "Little Lich, you summoned this god." Hearing the word this god, the Lich King's body trembled twice. Surprised and happy. Originally, being able to summon a rock demon at the peak of demigod was enough to make it overjoyed, even a little incredible. Because its own level is only the late demigod. Under normal circumstances, it can only summon the late demigod creatures of the underworld at the highest. But it didn't expect that the rock demon that came to the world actually had a realm as high as the peak of demigod. It can be said that it stands at the top of this world, comparable to the Elf Queen and the Dragon King. What it didn't expect was, this rock demon actually called himself this god. Doesn't this mean that it is a true god from the underworld? The core of the god, plus the level of the peak demigod, means that the rock demon is invincible in this world. Even the Elf Queen and the Dragon King are not its opponents. This is really a timely help. The Lich King shouted excitedly, "I summoned you, the great god of the underworld." The rock demon looked down at it and said in a thunderous voice, "For the sake of the summoning contract, I can help you realize one of your wishes. Just say it." The Lich King said without hesitation, "Great god of the underworld, I ask you to release your power and take me away from here. It would be even better if you can destroy the human territory in the distance. This is just a small wish. I will satisfy you." The rock demon replied indifferently. Then, it turned its head to look at the opponent of the Lich King. It doesn't matter if it doesn't look at it. It was shocked when it saw it. When its eyes swept over the Saint of Light Tiffany, the big lolly C10, and finally landed on the six-winged angel Yida, its dark red eyes instantly widened, as if it had seen a ghost. It even reached out and rubbed its eyes. It thought it was dazzled. There are angels in this world. Could it be that I have just experienced the crossing of planes and time and space, causing me to have hallucinations? While muttering to himself, the rock demon turned his eyes to other places. Especially the distant, Heaven Town, which received its special attention. Soon, it was confused. Because it saw that on the battlefield near Paradise Town, there were actually a number of angel armies in full formation, with a total number of hundreds of thousands. The most terrifying thing was, above the Paradise Town, it also saw two huge white cities. The legendary Angel City, God of Hell. "This damn place does not belong to me." The rock demon's soul trembled and was scared to death. It shouted, "I'm just passing by," then turned and ran. The huge figure disappeared into the sky in a blink of an eye with a stream of red magma. Chapter 282. After dealing with Nizai Okian's affairs, Lin Yu left the underworld with satisfaction and returned to Skull Island. However, not long after he arrived, he heard a waiter hurriedly come to report, "Master, Bodhidharma wants to see you." Lin Yu nodded slightly and motioned for someone to come in. A moment later, Bodhidharma walked into the room with a steady pace and bowed respectfully. "Disciple greets master." Lin Yu smiled slightly, raised his hand and waved it gently, and an invisible force instantly supported Bodhidharma's body that was about to kneel down. No need to be polite. Bodhidharma stood up with admiration on his face. He secretly sighed in his heart that the master's strength was unfathomable, and that just one move could show such a powerful cultivation. "Are you here today for the matter of purifying?" Lin Yu asked with a smile. A trace of surprise flashed in Damo's eyes, but then he regained his composure and replied respectfully, "Master is so wise, I am here for this matter." It turned out that when the group members brought Purifying back from the world of a Chinese ghost story, Damo immediately felt it. He realized that this former villain had now put down his butcher knife and became a Buddha on the spot, and had a deep connection with his Mahayana Zen Buddhism. Therefore, he rushed back to Skull Island, hoping to get the master's permission to accept Purifying into the Zen Shaolin temple. Unexpectedly, Lin Yu had already seen through his intentions, which made Damo admire the master's wisdom and insight even more. Very good, since Purifying has a connection with your Zen, let him go with you. Lin Yu agreed to Bodhidharma's request without hesitation. Bodhidharma was overjoyed when he heard this, and hurriedly bowed again to thank him. Thank you, Master, for your help. Lin Yu waved his hand and said with a smile, no need to say more, go. Bodhidharma was grateful and left with joy. He knew that all this was inseparable from the tolerance and support of the master. As for Lin Yu, he believed that Bodhidharma would guide Purifying on the right path and become a true Buddhist monk. On the other side of Skull Island, Guan Yu with a red face and long beard was practicing with all his strength. Suddenly, he had a strange feeling. It seemed that there was something in a distant place that was closely connected to him. However, he could not describe exactly what this feeling was. In fact, this was because the distance between the three realms and the primordial world was too close, resulting in a special connection between some implicated characters. It is not just Lin Ji's apprentice Guan Yu who has a connection with the Guan Yu in the three realms heaven, but other characters do the same. For example, Lin Ji's other apprentice Liu Ermihao and Liu Ermihao in the three realms of Journey to the West, Zhao Gongming of Jijiao and Zhao Gongming, the god of wealth in the three realms heaven of Journey to the West, Li Jing and Nezha in the three realms of Journey to the West, Yang Jian and Yang Jian in the three realms of Journey to the West, Rimdeng Ancient Buddha and Rimdeng Ancient Buddha in the three realms of Journey to the West, Guanyin Bodhisattva and Guanyin Bodhisattva in the South Sea of Journey to the West, Samantabhadra Bodhisattva and Samantabhadra Bodhisattva in Lingshan of Journey to the West, Manjusri Bodhisattva and Manjusri Bodhisattva in Lingshan of Journey to the West, Mu Zha and Mu Jia, the Huinzingzi in Journey to the West, and Maitreya Buddha and Amitabha Buddha in Lingshan of Journey to the West all have a connection. When the relevant people in the two worlds were feeling each other and at a loss, Zunti and Jian in the West were salivating over the many bodhisattvas and arhats in Shaolin Temple of Shaoxi Mountain. The two of them stood on the clouds, overlooking Shaolin Temple of Shaoxi Mountain below, secretly thinking about how to bring these people back to the West. Brother, I think these people are destined to be with me in the West, Zunti said greedily. Brother, you are so right. These people should all go to my Mount Zumi to practice. Jian's eyes were also shining, and he wanted to take these people away immediately. The two looked at the many bodhisattvas and arhats below. Each of them had a compassionate look on their faces, looking like a group of lambs to be slaughtered. They were secretly happy in their hearts, thinking that this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. If they could successfully bring these people back to the West, then their strength would be greatly improved. However, it was not an easy task to take these people away. After all, these people were all great monks in Buddhism, and they had a deep understanding and perception of Buddhism. And although they practice Buddhism, their true affiliation is Jijiao. Because they actually came from Lin Yu. There are also Lin Ji's disciples inside. If they are taken away directly, it may cause their dissatisfaction and resistance. Therefore, a clever way must be thought of to convert them. But how can it be done without anyone noticing? This question troubled the two saints. Is it a fair and open trick? It seems that it doesn't work for these people. The two saints racked their brains to find a way to convert the people of Shaolin Temple, Sihan Jingzhe and Jingnian Zen Temple of Mahayana Buddhism, but they couldn't find a good way for a while, and their eyes were red as if they were about to bleed. At the gate of Chaoj City, the crowd was bustling and lively. When Zhuang led the army to return victoriously, and Emperor Zin personally went out of the city to greet him. Grandmaster, you have been fighting for Chaoj and running around all year round. It is really hard, Emperor Zin said with a smile. His voice was loud and gentle, full of gratitude to Wen Zhang. With Lin Ji's intervention, Emperor Zin has not been blackened, and his heart has always remained clear and fair. He clearly knows who is a loyal minister of the Shuang dynasty and who is a treacherous minister. For a loyal minister and general like Wen Zhang, he naturally respects him. Wen Zhang knelt down respectfully and saluted, Your Majesty, you are too kind. I have only done my duty. As long as I can contribute to the peace of the Shuang dynasty, I will be satisfied. Emperor Zin stepped forward to help Wen Zhang up, his eyes full of admiration. Grandmaster, if it were not for you, my Shang dynasty would not be so stable. Now, with your efforts, the rebellions everywhere have gradually subsided. The people can also live and work in peace, and the whole Shang dynasty presents a prosperous scene. When Zhang humbly replied, Your Majesty, you are too kind. This is all due to your great fortune. I am just doing my best. Emperor Xin patted Wen Zhuang on the shoulder, said with emotion, Grandmaster, don't be modest. I have seen all your contributions. I hope that in the future, we can work together to govern this country and let the people of Dashuang live a better life. Wen Zhuang nodded in agreement. Your Majesty, don't worry. I am willing to work hard for Dashuang until my death. Emperor Xin laughed. Okay, I am relieved with what you said. After returning to the city today, I will set up a banquet for the Grand Master to reward the 3 armies. When Zhang hurriedly thanked him, Thank you, Your Majesty, for your grace. I am very terrified, however, only when Zhang knew that because of the great catastrophe of the conferred god, this peaceful scene could not exist for a long time. All he could do was to do his best to protect the people of Dashuang. Junior brother, how should you play the next chess game? When Zhang looked at the void and couldn't help but fall into deep thought. Chapter 283. The battle was won, and the battle was won. Ziki. Due to the recent wars, the overall strength of Ziki has been affected and declined, and it has also had a certain impact on the daily life of the people. At this moment, 2 different opinions gradually formed in the court. One voice wanted to truce and let the people recuperate for a while to improve the overall strength of Ziki. The other voice advocated continuing to attack Chaoj. They believed that now was the best time, and if they missed it, they might lose their advantage. The reason was to take advantage of the Fengming Kishin as an excuse to take down Chaoj in one fell swoop. If you fight 2 battles and rest for a while, and then fight 2 more battles and rest for a while, then you are treating overthrowing Chaoj as playing house. Besides, Master Jiang had gone up the mountain to ask for reinforcements twice, which had already made the war faction taste the sweetness. So why not continue to go up the mountain to ask for help? The 2 factions kept arguing, and neither could convince the other. In fact, I can let my senior brother go to the Chamsek to ask for reinforcements again. Shen Gongbeo stood up and spoke. Under Lin Ji's instruction, his main role now is to constantly encourage Zhang Zihai to go up the mountain to ask for reinforcements. Just try your best to persuade your senior brother Zhang to go to Kunlun Mountain to get help. You don't have to worry about the rest. Therefore, Shen Gongbeo always remembered his mission. People in the hall whispered to each other. Then everyone unanimously decided to agree with Shen Gongbeo's suggestion. After all, Chaoj's side now didn't know where to find some capable soldiers and generals. If he didn't go to get people, he would definitely be beaten. Ji Fa hesitated to express his opinion. For him, being able to capture Chaoj has been a dream that his father, Zibo Hao Jichin, had since the beginning. However, after these several wars, Ziki's national strength was empty, and it was afraid that some of the successors were powerless. He glanced at Bo Yikao, hoping that he would agree with him on this point. Brother, although we can ask Master Zhang to go to the Chamsek to ask for reinforcements, our strength has been greatly reduced, and the people are seriously tired of war. You see, Ji Fa hesitated to speak, looking at Bo Yikao, hoping that he could understand what he meant. Although the 2 had conflicts, for the benefit of Ziki, he could continue to cooperate with Bo Yikao. Bo Yikao waited for Ji Fa's next words, but it was obvious that the other party did not intend to continue. To be honest, he hated Ji Fa's character. Obviously, he had a lot of ideas, but he was unwilling to say them directly, and had to let others help him say them. Ji Fa was a little anxious when he saw that Bo Yikao did not speak. He knew that Bo Yikao was a smart man and must understand what he meant. But now he needs to continue to cooperate with Bo Yikao. The 2 have the same interests. They should be united first and then talk about internal affairs. Brother, I think we should think about it again. After all, attacking Chaoj is not a trivial matter. We can't make the wrong decision because of impulse, Jifa finally couldn't help but said. Bo Yikao listened to Jifa's words, but he didn't show it on his face. He was secretly surprised by Jifa's flexibility. But his goal had long been inconsistent with Jifa's. So it was destined that he could not follow Jifa's ideas. But on the surface, he still pretended to be consistent with Jifa. Second brother, I understand your concerns. But we have come to this point. If we give up now, all the previous efforts will be in vain. As long as we can get the support of the Chanjiao, We can capture Chaoj in one fell swoop. So, I support Master Zhang to go to Kunlun Mountain to ask for reinforcements, Bo Yikao said. Jifu was very disappointed after listening to Bo Yikao's words. He didn't expect Bo Yikao to say this, which was completely contrary to his idea. Well, if you all insist on fighting, I have nothing to say. But if we continue to lose, I'm afraid it will be difficult to explain to the people, Jifu said with a gloomy face. Shen Guangbao smiled and said, Your Majesty, don't worry about this. The people my senior brother went to find are all very powerful. The last defeat was just carelessness and underestimated the enemy, right, senior brother? After saying that, he turned around and looked back at Zhang Ziya. Zhang Ziya nodded. He trusted the people of his master. Except for himself, everyone in the Chanjiao was very powerful. Not to mention anything else, they also won a victory when they just came down the mountain. As for why they lost again later, it should be carelessness. Otherwise, it would be hard to explain. Of course, there are many talented people in Chaoj, and I am here. If Yifan can invite, can't Chaoj invite? Now the competition is nothing but which side can get the more powerful person. At this time, the chat group is very lively. Miss Duan in the world of Journey to the West, conquering the demon said with joy, Haha, it turns out that I have known this monk named Tang Sanzeng for a long time. After that, she began to chat with the other party in a casual manner. Of course, this is just her one-sided enthusiasm, because Tang Sanzeng doesn't really want to pay attention to her. Being pestered by her to chat like this made him very distressed. Then, the Zixa fairy in the world of a Chinese Odyssey, Moonlight Treasure Box was excitedly telling the group members that she had seen with her own eyes how the two worlds of heaven and earth merged. Many people were very interested in what Zixa fairy said, and kept asking a lot of questions around the topic she talked about. At the same time, Baolian Lantern Fox Sister and Baolian Lantern Xiaoyu recognized each other in surprise. They never expected that they could meet in this way. I instantly felt friendly and warm. The Bull Demon King in the world of Journey to the West, Havoc in Heaven was also unwilling to be lonely. He suddenly appeared and proudly announced that he had refined the magic axe with the soul of the demon clan and was preparing to attack the heaven. He originally thought that he would arouse the admiration of the group members, but the result disappointed him greatly. He was very angry to see that everyone was indifferent, as if his feat was not worth mentioning at all. Little Cook of Peach Blossom Island, this is. Are you sure it is the chat group I used to stay in? Are these newcomers so talkative? Making acquaintances and making connections everywhere, Ultimate Killer King, sure. It's genuine. Lin Yu didn't watch the members chatting. He knew everything they said, so there was no need to watch. At this moment, the chat group pushed a group message to all members, Ling. Group members triggered group tasks, task requirements, go to the world of group member Miss Duan Journey to the West, conquering the demons to subdue the king of demon kings, Sun Wukong, and bring him back to the prehistoric world to the group leader. Completing the task will reward 20 million points, Ling. Group members trigger group tasks, task requirements, collect Miss Duan, Mr. Kong Su, Zhu Gangli, and Monk Shang, take them to the prehistoric world and accept them as disciples. Completing the task will reward 20 million points, Ling. Group member Yeho Palace Grandmaster triggers a single-player task, task requirements, go to the world of group member Shen Ying's reincarnation dream of red mansions to collect Jia Baoyu, Jia Yuanjin, Jia Yingjin, Jia Tanjin, Jia Zichen, Zhu Baoji, Shi Xiangayan, Li Wan, Wang Zifan, Kaiaoji, Miaoyu, Qin Keking, Lin Daiyu, Fairy Jinghuan, Miaomia Ozhanran, and Mang Mang Dashi to send to the prehistoric world, and let other predestined people accept disciples. Completing the task will reward 50 million points. Chapter 284. The old man was very happy, but he was still very happy, leader of the Xiangxiu gang. Ha ha ha, I was just thinking about where to find some points to exchange for some training materials in the group mall. Isn't this the opportunity? One man's martial arts, same as above. My pitiful points have been used up long ago, and now there are no training materials. Compared with my companions who ascended with me, my training progress is much slower. I must participate in this mission, the Emperor who sweep the 6 kingdoms. We don't lack points, we just want to have fun. I have already signed up. Before Ying Zhang ascended, he brought a lot of resources and points. Although he has been in the prehistoric world for a long time, his points are more than enough. As a result, his words aroused envy and jealousy from everyone. Little chef of Peach Blossom Island, I can only say I envy you. But isn't it a bit hateful for you to say that? Most of us are short of points, but you are not. Are you deliberately making us jealous, the eternal emperor who swept the 6 kingdoms? If you are not convinced, you can come to me and compete. Haha, Snow Moon Sword Fairy, I dare not do that. Everyone knows that the eternal emperor is now a first-class master in our group, second palace master of Yeho Palace. Of course, the eternal emperor is already a golden immortal. Who among us dares to covet you? But you have a high level of cultivation and a lot of points. Why are you joining us in the fun? Persimmon in the snow, didn't I say it was just for fun? Disciple of Shushan sect, woo woo, is it too late for me to hug my thigh now? Grand Palace Master of Yeho Palace, haha, if you want to cling to others, you might as well work hard on your own cultivation. Enough, I have to complete my mission. I won't waste my breath discussing with you guys. Everyone, well, this guy seems to be more enviable and hateful than Ying Zheng. Speaking of words, laughing, in a short while, many people signed up for these 2 group tasks. Not just for those points. The world of Journey to the West, conquering the demons. At this time, the king of demons, Sun Wukong, had deceived Xuanzing's trust and successfully escaped. When he was celebrating his freedom, a group of people suddenly appeared in front of him out of thin air. Wow, fuck, oh my god. Everyone was shocked, and surprise appeared on their faces. Wang Rong frowned. Why is this guy so ugly? The group members who came with him took a closer look. The man had a hairy face, a thunder god mouth, fangs, and wore a chainmail golden armor and a phoenix wing purple gold crown on his head. Indeed, this man was probably the ugliest they had ever seen. Oh my goodness, so ugly, ugh. Su Fengnian pouted. What kind of monster is this? Lianxing asked. Hey, I'm asking you, what kind of monster are you? Sun Wukong was so angry that he screamed wow wow when he heard these people talking about his appearance in front of him without any concealment, and even said that he was a monster. You ignorant children, dare to say that I am ugly, I will beat you to death. He took out his weapon from his ear, the golden hoop, and instantly turned it into a long stick, waving it at Wang Rong. The stick was swung by Sun Wukong, and if it hit Gong Rong, it would definitely be nothing. But Wang Rong is not just an ordinary Wang Rong. She is also a playful person. I came here today not only for points, but also for fun. Since this ugly guy wants to play, I will play with him for a while. She was so scared that her pretty face turned pale and her face turned pale. She shouted in panic, help, then she quickly stepped forward and ran desperately like a frightened rabbit. A burst of laughter suddenly rang out around. Li Hanai smiled and teased, Ranger, why don't you bring your brother Jing with you? If you were here, he would definitely save your life. In the prehistoric world, Li Hanai and Wang Rong had a very good relationship, and she was also aware of the close relationship between Wang Rong and brother Jing. So, Sun Wukong chased and Wang Rong fled. Everyone else stood quietly in place, watching the 2 people with interest, one chasing closely and the other desperately fleeing. Ying Zheng even asked Bai Qi to move and he found a chair, sat down leisurely, then took out a handful of melon seeds from his arms and started to eat them leisurely. An evil god looked at Ying Zheng eagerly, swallowed his saliva with his throat shrank. This annoyed Sun Wukong. He felt the teasing eyes of the crowd, and the anger in his heart gradually rose. He just wanted to teach this person a lesson and let them see how powerful he was. Sun Wukong quickened his pace and chased after Wang Rong like a gust of wind. At this moment, he had only one thought in his mind: catch up with her and give her a taste of his own medicine. But the strange thing was that no matter how hard he accelerated, he was always a little short. He rolled his eyes, suddenly turned around, and ran towards Lianxing, who was closest to him. Lianxing was still eating melon seriously, and it seemed that she didn't realize that the danger was about to fall on her head. Sun Wukong cast a spell, and the golden hoop instantly grew bigger in the wind, and it was about to hit Lianxing's head. But Lianxing slightly turned aside and easily dodged. You naughty monkey, why are you so unreasonable? You were obviously chasing her, why did you throw your weapon at me? Lianxing laughed and scolded. Sun Wukong was shocked. The man in front of him looked not simple. And the other people who were gathered in a circle in front of him were obviously not ordinary people either. The reckless Sun Wukong calmed down. He suddenly realized that he was so careless. Sun Wukong rolled his eyes, made a feint, and was about to retract his weapon and run away. But Lianxing pinched the golden hoop with 2 fingers, and he couldn't get rid of it no matter what. Sun Wukong was horrified, knowing that he had met a tough guy, and he didn't dare to underestimate the enemy anymore, and tried his best to break free from Lianxing's restraints. But Lianxing was always as steady as a mountain, with a faint smile on his face. Sun Wukong was so anxious that he scratched his head and finally changed back to his original form, trying to escape from Lianxing. But Lianxing remained unmoved, just flicked it lightly and threw Sun Wukong far away. Sun Wukong flipped several times in the air, and after landing steadily, a cunning flashed in his eyes, and then he quickly turned and fled far away. Lianxing shook her head. Monkeys are monkeys, they are too clever. Did Sun Wukong think that he could escape from everyone's eyes like this? At this time, Ying Zheng stood up slowly and said indifferently, "Forget it, let's take it as soon as possible to avoid delaying time. After all, they came here this time for more than just Sun Wukong." Chapter 285. The two of them were in a state of panic, and the two sides were in a state of panic. Hearing this, Su Fengnian nodded slightly, then opened a palm and gently grabbed in the direction where Sun Wukong fled. In an instant, a powerful force emerged from his palm, as if he could control everything. The force was like an invisible giant hand, extending in the direction where Sun Wukong fled. After a while, a figure was pulled back abruptly, and it was Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong looked at the people in front of him with horror, his eyes full of despair and unwillingness. However, facing so many powerful people, he was powerless to resist. Su Fengnian smiled lightly and said calmly, "Come back." As his voice fell, Sun Wukong was tightly bound in place, unable to move at all. Sun Wukong sighed in his heart, thinking that it might be difficult to escape today, so he might as well give up resistance. So, he stood there with a look of despair, and said helplessly, "I give up. You can kill me or cut me up as you please." His broken jaw expression pleased everyone, and the people around him couldn't help laughing. Mingzuo laughed and said, "This monkey really knows how to read the situation. He knows he can't win, so he just admits defeat. This is called a man of insight." Du Gujian shook his head. "Are you admitting defeat? However, without a heart that refuses to admit defeat, you will not go far in the path of cultivation." Gao Kiqiang laughed and said, "Is this really the Sun Wukong in my impression? He was so unruly before." Su Fengnian asked, "Little monkey, as long as you are willing to follow us, we will neither kill you nor cut you. Are you willing?" Sun Wukong blinked, a sly look flashed in his eyes, and nodded, "Of course I am willing." Since Sun Wukong, the powerful king of demon kings, has been accepted, the next thing becomes relatively easy. In a very short time, everyone successfully subdued Sun Wukong and other demons such as Miss Duan, Mr. Kong Su, Zhu Gangli and Sha Seng, and ascended to the prehistoric world with them. Ling. This mission is successfully completed. Reward settlement is in progress. Ling. Group member Teoho Island Little Cook has made 280,000 cumulative contributions in this mission and obtained 280,000 points. Ling. Group member Yan Wulin has made 220,000 cumulative contributions in this mission and obtained 220,000 points. Ling. Group member Zhu's Hong Persimmon has made 250,000 cumulative contributions in this mission and obtained 250,000 points. Ling. Group member Yeho Palace Second Palace Master has made 230,000 cumulative contributions in this mission and obtained 230,000 points. Ling. Group member Tidan Shenhao has made 220,000 cumulative contributions in this mission and obtained 220,000 points. Ling. Group member Ultimate Killer King has made 260,000 cumulative contributions in this mission and obtained 260,000 points. Ling. Group members swept across the 6 kingdoms and made 250,000 contributions in this mission and received 250,000 points. When the people who participated in this group mission brought Sun Wukong and others to Skull Island, the chat group kept popping up message prompts. This time, dozens of group members went there, and after completing the mission, everyone got a lot of points. Many people actually went to join in the fun, but they didn't expect to get a lot of points. Everyone smiled and said that they would participate in such a mission next time. At the same time, Yaoyu, the Grand Master of Yeho Palace, came to the world of Dream of Red Mansions. Jiabaoyu was holding a poetry meeting with many sisters in the Grand View Garden. They played guessing games and had a lot of fun. "How about we write poems on the theme of chrysanthemums this time?" Jiabaoyu pointed to a pot of blooming chrysanthemums on the table in the room and looked at everyone with a smile. "Brother Bao, whatever you say is fine," the naive Shi Xiangayan agreed. Tanshan also nodded. I have no objection. Zhu Baoche also smiled and agreed. Lin Yu did not comment. She just wanted everyone to be happy together. As for what topic to write a poem about, it was not a piece of cake for her. Then let's get started, Jia Baoyu said excitedly. He picked up the pen and prepared to start writing a poem. The other sisters also took out paper and pen and began to conceive their own poems. Autumn chrysanthemums are beautiful, and depicts their flowers. I float this thing that makes me forget my worries, and I am far away from the world. Although I drink alone, the cup is empty and the pot is empty. When the sun sets, the crowds stop moving, and the returning birds fly to the forest and sing. I whistle and sing under the East Pavilion, and I am happy to have this life. Jia Baoyu was the first to complete a poem and read it to everyone. Good poem, the sisters praised one after another. Then, they also completed their own poems one after another and passed them around for appreciation. Just then, Yaoyu suddenly appeared at the gate of the Grand View Garden. She was dressed in white, with a cold face and an awe-inspiring aura. Is this the world of Dream of Red Mansions? It looks interesting, Yaoyu said to herself. She walked into the garden and saw Jia Baoyu and the sisters writing poems, and she couldn't help but feel curious. What are you doing? Yaoyu asked. Jia Baoyu and others were shocked. They had never seen such a beautiful and majestic woman, whose manners and appearance were even better than Yuanshan. We are writing poems, Jia Baoyu stammered. Oh? Let me see your poems, Yaoyu said, reaching out to take Jia Baoyu's poems. She took a look and said in her heart that she couldn't understand it, but a look of disdain appeared on her face. You dare to call this level a poem? It's ridiculous, Yaoyu sneered. Anyway, belittle the other party first. Jia Baoyu and others blushed, not knowing how to respond. This person was so rude, suddenly appeared here, and I don't know how he got in. But you guys are interesting, Yaoyu continued. Come with me, I can teach you something more interesting. You, who are you? Lin Yu asked boldly. Good question, Yaoyu nodded. I am the person you dare not be like. Follow me and you will have many unexpected gains. How about it, are you willing? In order to make these people willing to follow her, Yaoyu cast a few small spells. She conjured a bunch of chrysanthemums in her hand and placed them on the table. Look, are my flowers beautiful, or are your flowers beautiful? Everyone's eyes were straight. Is there any need to say this? The flowers conjured by the woman in front of them were bright in color and fragrant. I know, you are a fairy, right? Jia Baoyu understood. Yaoyu did not deny it and nodded slightly. I am willing to follow the fairy, Jia Baoyu said. He originally yearned for freedom, and now that he encountered this opportunity, he would naturally not let it go. Baoyu, don't be impulsive. Zhu Baoche quickly stopped him. Chapter 286. The king of the world was in chaos, and the king of the world was in chaos. The Lord silently thought about who would be the most suitable person to send out to break the formation. Suddenly, the calamity of heaven and earth rolled violently. It turned out that the calamity was so strong that it could no longer be suppressed. Suddenly, a magnificent and loud voice rang in everyone's ears. Lying high on the 9-layer cloud, the Fudan is the true Tao. Beyond the heaven and earth, I am the master of the sect. Just hearing these two sentences, taking Tongshan and others knew that it was Hongjin Daozu who appeared. Because this is Hongjin Daozu's signature way of appearance. The voice continued. Pangu gave birth to Taiji, and the two yin and yang and 4 images followed. One way passed on to 3 friends, and the 2 sects were divided into Chan and Ji. Zuanmin led the show, and 1 key became Hongjin. The 2 opposing teams raised their heads and looked into the void. I saw thousands of auspicious clouds, thousands of auspicious air, and strange fragrance in the south. A Taoist with white hair and beard, who looked like an immortal, came gracefully with a bamboo stick in his hand. In an instant, thousands of auspicious clouds and thousands of auspicious air appeared. The majesty emanating from Hongjin was even more compelling. The people in the bright world had never seen such a scene before, and they were all surprised and opened their eyes and mouths wide, and they couldn't recover for a long time. Plop plop, except for Jehovah and a few powerful men under him who barely stood, everyone else had already kneeled down and surrendered unconsciously. The people brought by Lin Yu from the other world behaved in a similar way. In front of Hongjin, they felt like a speck of dust in the prehistoric world. This was the biggest boss in the prehistoric world they had seen since coming from the mortal world, and they couldn't help but bow down and worship. But as expected of someone who has been with Lin Yu for a long time, even if this aura of suppression makes them breathless, it does not affect everyone's chat in the chat group. Persimmon in the snow, my brother is awesome. This way of appearance is too cool. Iron-hearted godly Marcus, oh my goodness, what a ruthless man. When this man comes out, look at the people on the opposite side kneeling on the ground. Little Cook on Peach Blossom Island, awesome old Taoist priest. Is this from Hong? Boss Kiao, it feels like this old Taoist priest is extraordinary. There are only a few people standing here, the emperor who swept the 6 kingdoms. I know who he is. This should be the legendary Hongjin Daozu. Only he has such great power, Sun and Moon sect leader. There are quite a lot of people standing here. The Grand Master and the others are all standing, and our master is standing too. Second Palace Master of Yeho Palace. That's right. Who is our master? Even if it's Hongjin Daozu, he can't make the master kneel down. Lin Yu. At this moment, Tongshin stepped forward, bowed and saluted, saying, "Welcome Daozu." The disciples standing behind Tongshin also stepped forward and bowed. "Welcome Daozu." Hongjin nodded lightly, waved his big hand gently, and the people kneeling on the ground were lifted up by a gentle force. You two don't have to fight anymore. The conferred God War will be completely launched from now on, with a great Shang, the Great Zhou and many Western countries as the main players in the conferred God War. The ethereal voice of Hongjin Daozu was filled with a hint of Taoism, which made the people present feel relaxed and happy. The Western gods can preach and collect faith in the prehistoric world, but they are limited to preaching in designated places. Now I will assign the southern barbarians, the western Ziran, the ancient Kiang, the Dongai, and the Bidi to the west to spread faith. The reason why Hongjin Daozu agreed to the western gods to spread faith in designated places in the prehistoric world was not because he was kind. It was only because the realm of the gods in the western continent was equivalent to the 6 saints, and even if you reach the realm of heaven, existence is reasonable. Even if you are Hongjin Daozu, you can't kill these people one by one. The way of cultivation of the Western gods is to spread faith to gain the power of faith and improve their realm. Therefore, Hongjin Daozu was particularly kind and divided the most desolate place in the prehistoric world for them. Since Hongjin Daozu opened his mouth, everyone had to buy it. Otherwise, if you anger Daozu, you will suffer the loss. Jehovah bowed to Tongshin Jyaozu and led his men away. Back to the Bright Continent, the other continents had sent envoys to discuss. It turned out that the words of Hongjin Daozu spread to every corner of the prehistoric world. When those people heard about it, they immediately had ideas. We are powerful dragons that cannot defeat local snakes. The strength of these monsters and immortals in the prehistoric world is strong, so we, the outsiders, might as well join hands and gain the upper hand. And it must be said that these people from other worlds are right. Odin of the Nordic continent bowed to Jehovah and asked politely, "God just fought with Jijiao. I wonder if there's anything what can I share?" If Lin Yu was here at this time, he would definitely be surprised that this foreigner spoke too directly. After all, Jehovah had just suffered a defeat and lost 2 generals in succession. Wouldn't it be offensive to ask others to share at this time? Unexpectedly, Jehovah was not angry, but calmly told the messengers about his battle with Jijiao this time. The messengers listened carefully, and no one laughed at Jehovah's failure. Instead, they helped analyze and summarize the experience. I have also heard from the locals that this Jijiao is not only as numerous as the 10,000 immortals, but more importantly, their formation is very powerful. Tixafen, the goddess of revenge on the Titan continent, looked solemn. The formation of Jijiao is indeed powerful. Jehovah nodded, and then said arrogantly with an arrogant look, "But I have mastered the tricks to restrain Jijiao. If it weren't for Hongjin Daozu's appearance, I am afraid that the final winner of this battle would be me." "Oh, what do you mean, God? Are you telling the truth? You actually have a way to deal with Jijiao, God? You are really amazing. You have a countermeasure in such a short time." For a while, the envoys from various continents were very excited and expressed their opinions one after another. Of course, there were those who admired and those who doubted. After all, your Bright Continent lost 2 powerful generals, but you have no record of victory. Now you come to tell everyone that you are sure to defeat the other side. Not convincing at all. Jehovah looked at the doubtful faces of the envoys on the opposite side, sneered, and did not explain. This is his trump card, and he did not intend to share it with other continents so early. Surya, the sun god of the Indian continent, also had some doubts in his heart, but he did not show it on his face. Brahma sent him here to discuss the matter of conferring gods with several other continents. Now that the small talk is almost over, it is time to talk about business. So Surya stood up and asked, I wonder what everyone thinks about the fact that we can all participate in the conferring gods tribulation? The messengers quieted down. This was the purpose of their coming. We hope to join hands with other continents to gain benefits in this great calamity of the conferred god. How to gain the greatest benefits depends on how the talks go this time. End of this chapter. Thank you so much for reading until the end. Don't forget to give it a like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription or donation encourages us to continue. Thank you all. See you in the next video.